What's up? What's up? Hey guys, happy today's Tuesday, right? Happy Tuesday, guys. I'm so glad that you guys have come to uh politics with Lapeef. Um guys, I could easily have talked about Joe Biden's speech, the one that he gave, pretty much condemning half of America or the a third of the American voters by calling them, and I'm a part of it, extremist. Um, the whole elaborate Star Wars esque background that he had with the two Marines behind him who looked like stormtroopers. Respectfully, I'm not, I'm pro military, but the whole style of Joe Biden's speech was absolutely appalling. It was despicable, and I cannot believe that a president would ever do something like that. But I could have easily done a show about that, but I wanted to stick with more something that's a little bit different. Something that's not mainstream. I wanted to talk about a great dear leader by the name of Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara, or Sankara, however you pronounce it, it's a French name. I don't know if his name is French, but never mind. It was a former French speaking colony, so I can only assume that name may have some roots in France, but maybe not. I'm not really familiar in terms of the Burkinabe culture, which I should be. But nevertheless, I'm very familiar with the man, and the man is, if not one of, if the greatest black leaders of all time, if you ask me. And you really should look him up. You really should look into it. It was a fascinating presidency, and I wanted to talk about that today, guys. But guys, before I get into it, I want to give a shout out to everyone that is currently in the chat, people that are coming in. I want to give a shout out to the people that are in the bushes. Guys, I want to thank you guys so much for always supporting the Lapeef Network. Guys, without you, the network wouldn't be here, but the network is strong, and let's keep it strong by hitting that like button and subscribing, and let's keep it going, man. Um, let me give out positive affirmations first. First of all, I want to send out positivity to you all, guys. I know we're leaving the summer. Summer's almost gone officially. Summer ends in what, 2 weeks, and let that be a time of reflection of the changing of seasons. The fall season typically ushers in different weather, but never change your mood. Always keep a positive mood, regardless if it's winter, spring, summer, etc. Whether, even though it's fall, even though the weather changes, just get out there and go for a quick run every day. It's always still good to keep in shape. Don't let the weather keep you in the house and not active. Um, I'm actually myself preparing for a marathon in May. I've ran a marathon before, so I'm staying active. And guys, particularly if you're black listening, and it's everybody too, but just keep in shape. You don't want to ever fall out of shape, so just maintain and stay in the gym or stay outside. But guys, I sending out positivity to you all. Let me get to the chat real quick, and then I'm gonna get into the show. Buffalo says, talking about the title. Guys, the title could be seen as very controversial, but I don't want you guys to get offended today. I don't want you guys to be upset. Just look at the title and have an open mind about today's show. We got Shagans, excuse me, says so much influence that I never heard of him, meaning Thomas Sankara, like him or the others, meaning that he's heard or she has heard of obviously Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, but has never heard of Thomas Sankara. But today is a good opportunity for you to get to know who he is today. Salute to you, Shy Guys, and salute to you, but fellow, for coming to the chat. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Hope all is well with you and your families. We have Mrs. Nurse Fancy. Miss Nurse Fancy, thank you so much. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I want to point out the fact that you do a incredible job every day. You are on the front lines, and thank you so much. Being in the medical field cannot it's not always easy, but you are, if not one of the most essential workers in this country. Thank you so much for caring for and healing the people that need it. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nurse Fanti, and thank you also for becoming, or not becoming, but thank you also for being a member. Thank you so much. You know, the Lapeef Network definitely appreciates that. And positivity is definitely coming to you and your family. We have a new member, Larry Felder. Larry Felder, positivity to you. The Lapeef Network appreciates the fact that you have become a member. Thank you so much. Salute to you, and positivity is definitely coming your way. And hope all is well with you and your family. Thank you so much, Larry. Not for the BS says, here comes the BS with the Lawrence Fishburne avatar from the movie Boys in the Hood. Furious Styles was the character. Thank you so much. Not for the BS. Not for the BS. Stay tuned. You might be informed about something that you didn't know about. Positivity is definitely coming to you. Not for the BS. I'm so glad that you're in the building. We have who else do we have in the building? We have a new chapter. New chapters in the building. Says get the likes up. Absolutely, guys. When you're coming in, just get the likes up. Share the video if you can, and salute to you and positivity to you. New chapter positivity to you. I'm sending it your way right now. Hope all is well with you and your family. Thank you so much for coming to the Lapeef Network. Thank you so much for coming to Politics with Lapeef, or Lapeef Politics, and thank you so much for having an open mind. We have Empress Kreen Adair. Thank you so much for being a member, Adair, and positivity is definitely coming to you and your family. I'm sending it out to you right now. Thank you so much. And let me know if you got it, Adair. Hope all is well with you. And thank you so much for being a member of the channel. We have, please forgive me. Is it Caress or Chorus? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but it looks like it says Caress Harvest. It says good afternoon, like the video. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Caress Harvest. And thank you so much for coming out. And positivity is definitely coming your way. We got CC Carter in the building. Says about time y'all talking real ish, other than these out of control women. Don't know why you compared them to our black leaders. No, it's I want you to keep an open mind, C. Carter, and positivity to you, sir. And if you are working in construction, thank you so much. You are an essential worker. You build America. Thank you so much. We need more men like you within the ranks. But yeah, keep an open mind tonight, or this afternoon, or going into this evening, about the topic. It's not that I'm comparing. It's not that I'm comparing. It's that I'm trying to present information that you may not have known about. Um, but salute to you, C. Carter. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Hope all is well with you and your family. Thank you so much. We got Mike Meadows in the building. Mike Meadows says only good Marxist is a dead Marxist. Mike Meadows definitely knows who Thomas Sankara is, and he's definitely being disrespectful towards our great leader. But I rock with Mike. Thank you so much, Mike, for coming through. Mike, please share the video. And please come on the panel. I know, Mike, you definitely will come on the panel like you always do. And positivity to you, Mike, and your family. We got Mr. Renegade in the building. Says time to be chaotic today, sir. Absolutely, Mr. Renegade. And positivity is definitely coming your way. Hope all is well with you and your family. Guys, I believe that the link is dropped. I believe that JR has dropped the link early. I would not be doing a panel. I will be doing, one-on-one, obviously, and maybe two people up at a time. Panels, as you all know, dealing with a lot of race and politics or political conversations tend to get out of hand. So we're just going to do one-on-ones today. Now, normally I will say we're going to do one-on-ones on my channel, and I have said it on this channel before, and then we end up doing a panel. So it all really depends on how I feel, maybe an hour into the show. But salute to you all. Guys, this topic is really not for older people. It's not for boomers. It's not for millennials. It's not for Gen Xers. This topic is really for younger people, really. Younger people come with a fresh brain, a fresh mind, a mind that I believe is a sponge to a degree. And now we have Tariq Nasheed. He's he's pushing this tether babble, this FBA babble. And so now you have a lot of people 30, 40, 50, they're so caught up in separating themselves based off of these idiotic terms now. Whereas I believe a younger person, they, they may listen to some of these talking points from like a Tariq, but maybe they're not really into it. Maybe their best friend might be from Africa. Maybe their best friend might be from Brazil. And they don't have these old, I call it old dogs, right? So again, with people our age, you can't really teach an old dog new tricks. And typically, if you're 40 and you don't like an African, or if you don't like a Brazilian, or if you don't like a South American, you're typically not gonna like these people later in life. But again, with younger people, they tend to be just vessels of wanting to know, wanting knowledge, experiencing things, etc. But the reason why I say that this type of topic is for younger people is because of not only that reason, but it's because of another reason. The other reason is this: you um, you grew up, right? So let's say you're 16, 17 watching the Lapeef Network, right? So you grew up and all you heard about was Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. So all you heard about, right? And you're listening to the show today and you're thinking, who is Thomas Sankara? All I know is Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, right? So all you know is that there was this man in the 60s. He marched on Washington. They held hands and saying, "We shall overcome." And he pretty much was the reason why black people are allowed to eat at white restaurants. That's pretty much how you typically grow up knowing about these figures, right? Well, when you listen to something like this today and you say, well, who is Thomas Sankara? Chaotic, I would like to know who that is. Well, what if I told you that Thomas Sankara was a greater man than Martin Luther King? Now, you may say, well, how is that? My second grade teacher told me that Martin Luther King was a man who marched on Washington. Well, what if I told you that Thomas Sankara, he had his own country? He had an entire country. He was the leader of an entire country. He wasn't the leader of a march. He was the leader of a nation state. See, now a 16, 17-year-old may say, well, my third grade teacher never told us that. I didn't have a concept that a black man could be the ruler of a nation. Well, yeah. I mean, when you're young, you're given information from the media, you're given information from your grandparents, parents, etc. And truth be told, they don't really have knowledge of these things either. So the media is not going to tell you that there was a great black man named Thomas Sankara who uh, changed the name of a country. They're not going to tell you those things because think about the power just in that. Think about if you grew up and you were taught that a black man rose to power and he was so powerful that he changed the name of a country that was formerly colonized by the French. Think about what that would do to your psyche as a little black kid in America. See, they're not in America, they don't teach you about African leaders, particularly African leaders who were very progressive. They don't teach you about African leaders who were anti-West or anti. They were anti. What's the word I'm looking for? They weren't necessarily anti-West, but they weren't relying on the West. They're not going to teach you that Thomas Sankara introduced women's rights policies that were unheard of in Africa and that pretty much were unheard of in most parts of the planet. See, they're not going to tell you all these things, right? They're not going to tell you that when Thomas Sankara came to power, he sold the luxury vehicles. He eliminated chauffeurs for political for his mayors and senators and all that, and he sold the Mercedes Benz, and he had them driving basic cars. Basically, think about this. Think about all the money that can go back into the economy or back into the government's hands if you're selling all these luxury vehicles. See, they didn't tell you that growing up, right? They didn't tell you that Thomas Sankara wanted to nationalize all the resources. They didn't tell you growing up that there was a man named Thomas Sankara who not only wanted to nationalize the resources in his own country, but he also wanted to eliminate foreign aid. Think about that, right? Growing up, you heard about Martin Luther King, you heard about Malcolm X. These are people who are great in a sense, but these essentially were men who were begging. They were begging the West. They were begging the powers that be. They were looking for handouts. And that's the difference between him and Thomas Sankara. Now, if you're 17, 18, 19 listening to this, of course, you're probably like, damn, I never knew that, chaotic. I never knew all these things. Why? How come nobody ever told me this? Well, again, you in America, particularly, you've grown up in a, I hate to say this, but you've grown up in a victim culture. And you are basically a perpetual victim, a eternal victim. So victims, they blame every fault on somebody else. A victim begs the very same people that they are oppressing them. They beg these people for funds. They beg these people for resources. They beg these people for education, etc. Whereas Thomas Sankara, he didn't do that. He didn't do that at all. You know how he eliminated poverty or in his country? He created factories for people to go to work. He created jobs for people by creating not policies, but he built homes for the people. So who's building the homes? He put the people to work in his country to build these homes so that people can live at a certain standard, you know. And that's what was going on in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, which was called Upper Volta previously. I'm going to drop the link. Give me a second. Well, the link should be pinned at the top already. Think about how powerful that is. A former colony of the French, Upper Volta. Thomas Sankara, who's a military officer, him and his friend, Blaise Compaoré. And Blaise actually, I'll go into that story, but they took power of this country at 33 years old. 33 years old. So you didn't learn that in school growing up in America. Why would they teach you that a young man like that took power of a country? Why would they? If they taught that in America, if they taught that in schools, think about how many black kids would say, man, he was 33 years old. 33, that's a very young age. Think about a young kid knowing that a 33-year-old man was the head of a nation state. Think about how much responsibility that is. Think about how mature a level of maturity that takes. That you have to be in control or you have to manage the body politic of your country. See, in America right now, especially, and it's not just with black kids, they're telling you to be the biggest fool possible. Act a fool as much as possible. It's everybody else's fault. You can blame everything on the past, yada yada yada. But imagine growing up and instead in your history books, instead of a man who was begging, Martin Luther King, you learned about men like Jerry Rawlings, who was the president of Ghana. You learned about Thomas Sankara. You learned about Patrice Lumumba. You learned about all these great men in Africa. But these are the things that they're not teaching. And me being a former teacher, I can tell you, man, I used to teach these things, go outside the curriculum and tell kids about these great men. You know, Thomas Sankara, And this is one of the biggest achievements that I think that he could have done. Opposing foreign aid, opposing foreign aid is the greatest thing that a black leader can possibly do. Putting your people to work by creating industries is the greatest thing you can do. In his country, when he was the president at 33, 34, he at one point, I think this was like the largest tree planting initiative. They planted millions of trees in his country. Just think about that for a minute. Think about the fact that here goes this president. He when he became president, he built, not built, but he formed courts within the country. The man was establishing law and order. And it didn't take any foreign people to do it and come in to do it. It didn't take any aid of any nonprofit Western organization. This man did it himself. He did it himself. Let me read some of the chat real quick, and then the link should be dropped. Mike Meadows says Thomas Sankara, his ideas were a way to overcome the history of colonialism, but he never got the chance to complete his ideas. He didn't. And if you don't know what happened, Thomas Sankara was assassinated in 1987. He was 30. I think he was 37 years old. Excuse me, guys. He was 37 years old, and it's believed that Blaise Compaoré, who was his friend, um, at the time, I think Blaise was a vice president at the time, but it was a military overthrow of the government, and they got rid of him. Now, Blaise had remained president up until 2018, if I'm not mistaken. But Blaise Compaoré pretty much was pretty much was a pawn of the French. So instead of the ideas that were implemented by Sankara, he pretty much Blaise did the reverse. But nevertheless, Thomas Sankara, he just little things like clothes, right? He said that why are we supporting clothing industries, foreign clothing industries like Nike, Reebok? So you really have to look at his old videos. It's really fascinating. But why are we supporting Nike when we have people in our own country that utilize the resources here to make cloth and material for clothing? Why not pay these people? So he made that policy. He made that policy for people to spend money with the people who were actually tailoring clothes within his own country. The man was a staunch nationalist, and he believed in the nation state of Burkina Faso. Let me read some more of this chat. Alfonso says, "Truth. Elijah Muhammad and Brother Ben Amani were better leaders than MLK." I totally agree with that. Elijah Muhammad, the beloved Elijah Muhammad, who was the founder of the Nation of Islam, he he was greater than Martin Luther King. Um, Elijah Muhammad built hospitals. He built restaurants. He created jobs, gave out loans to members of the Nation of Islam. And a lot of these schools and businesses still exist to this day. Whereas, again, a figure like a Martin Luther King and other civil rights figures, they didn't really build anything. And at the end of the day, it's all about production, you know. And if you're young and you're listening to some Hotep hustler, you're listening to some Back to Africa hustler, you just ask them, what is your production? What is your streamline? What have you built? What's your bottom line? you know Ask them these things. I know it's complicated sometimes when you're 17, 18, 19, and you're being pumped with information. But you have to ask yourself, why are they continuously telling us about MLK? why are they continuously telling us about Al Sharpton and all these people? Why are they continuously telling us about Jim Crow and slavery? But they never tell you about Patrice Lumumba of Congo. They never tell you about Jerry Rawlings of Ghana. They just never do. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. You really have to ask yourself these questions. And and for the life of me, why didn't I ever tell you about Thomas Sankara, a man who literally built a nation, and he was doing things that again, some of the things that are taking place now. Oh, he was already doing that 40 years ago in Burkina Faso. Um, Let me see. Let me read some more to chat. Alfonso says MLK and the silent generation civil rights leadership sold out what worked and was industrious about Black American culture for social integration. I totally agree with that. Totally agree. Where King was talking about sitting at a counter with a white man, blacks had already had their own restaurants. Blacks had already had their own bus industries. I mean, bus companies, etc. So, in my opinion, if I don't know, I wasn't alive back then, of course, but if these people, they were discriminating against you riding at you couldn't sit at this portion of the bus, so what? We have our own buses, and I feel like that's the difference between a MLK and a Thomas Sankara. Whereas Thomas Sankara would have said, we could build our own buses, we can build our own industry. We could fund our own industry. And that was the difference. St. Louis says, man, go get a decent haircut and stop disrespecting black people. Salute to you, St. Louis Mook. And positivity is definitely coming your way to you and your family, sir. Thank you so much. And you can also call in. The link should be dropped. Thank you so much. Real King says, I'm a this is Tether Babble. Salute to you, sir. You have a right to your opinion. But I would strongly suggest that you go and look up Thomas Sankara. Oh, absolutely. To be honest with you, this is what they don't teach you, right? Now, if you're 19 listening to this, check this out. Now, you have an Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson, millionaires. They've benefited off of race hustling. They don't send their kids to public inner city schools around black kids. They never did. But here goes Thomas Sankara, who was a president of a country. According to history, he had a $400 a month salary. According to history, and I already said this about 20 minutes ago, instead of driving around in Mercedes like previous rulers in Burkina Faso, which was called Upper Volta, he sold the Mercedes and he purchased Renaults. Renaults are the equivalent of a Geo Prism. So he wasn't living a life of luxury and a lavish lifestyle. And that's the difference between a good leader and a bad leader, in my opinion. He was walking the walk. But you have a lot of civil rights leaders, you have a lot of leaders right now who claim that they love the black community. But look at their lavish lifestyles. They don't live in these communities with the very same people that they supposedly love. Thomas Sankara did. He didn't live in a 50 bedroom mansion or palace in Burkina Faso. He lived modestly. And I think that's what was so unique about Thomas Sankara. Thank you so much. Um, Let me see. Thank you so much, Truth Over Emotions, for joining the panel. Let me see. Alfonso says MLK Jr. was sincere and passionate about his people, and he was. He was sincere and passionate, but he continued a 100-year mindset of the free black class who wanted or only seen a future with black society. Okay, I'm gonna have to reread that again. I don't know why that sounded a little bit off, but I'm gonna actually start that one. Mrs. Nurse Fancy says, I'm just here so y'all want to attack the panel. Deal with the argument, please. Thank you so much, Miss Nurse Fancy. Salute to you. Michael H says, why do we as Black Americans care who said Ish whole leader was dumb? Okay, guys, I can't, look, guys, no offense, but I'm doing this show. I can't read if it's not grammatically proper. But I'm gonna start this one too, Michael. Salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Joe, positivity to you, Joe. Joe says, go fix your own homeland, CT. Thank you so much, Joe. And positivity is definitely coming your way, guys. Guys, go look up Thomas Sankara if you're young. Again, guys, this is not for people my age or older. See, people my age or older, again, guys, old dogs. And there's nothing worse than an old dog because you can't teach them anything new. But if you're young, study these people. Study Kwame Nkrumah. Study Thomas Sankara. Study Patrice Lumumba. Study Idi Amin. These people were nation builders, especially Thomas Sankara. He was a very unique black man, very unique, even in the sense of just Africa. He was a very unique black man. And he wasn't in his country singing "We Shall Overcome" from the French. He wasn't holding hands with his military officers talking about "We shall overcome." No, they took over the government. They took over the country and they ran the country. He ran the country pretty damn good up until his assassination. So if you're young, look into him. You know, it's nothing worse. It's nothing worse than, especially a black man that's begging. And so many of black leadership is a person who is begging, you know, begging the white man for something, begging the white man to be nice to him, begging the white man for some resources, begging the white man. That's what, in my opinion, what made Thomas Sankara so unique. He wasn't begging anyone. He wasn't asking for help. He actually refused help. If my people are here and they're hungry, we're gonna fix this. I want to point something out. I'm reading this part right here. It says Thomas Sankara's first priority after taking office was feeding, housing, and giving medical care to his people who desperately needed it. He launched a mass vaccination program in an attempt to eradicate polio, meningitis, and measles. From 1983 until 1985, 2 million Burkinabe were vaccinated. Prior to Thomas Sankara's president, infant mortality rate. Now, this is something that a lot of women care about, and for damn sure good reasons. It says infant mortality rate in Burkina Faso was about 20% during his presidency. It fell to Before his presidency. It fell to 14.5% while he was in office. Thomas Sankara's administration was the first African government to publicly recognize the AIDS epidemic as a major threat to Africa. Large scale housing, and I already said this earlier, housing and infrastructure projects were undertaken. Brick factories were created to help build houses in an effort to end urban slums. This man was a visionary. This man wasn't talking, he was doing, you know, and to a degree, that's a lot of the tragedy, especially of black leaders, black people. A lot of times we like to talk, and you find a lot of this with hotep hustlers in America, race hustlers in America. You find a lot of this talk, you know, but even at your council level, in terms of politics, you live in a city and your council is black and you're black. You have to make your council or your mayors, you have to force them to do work. You have to go to the council meetings and you have to force them at this point. But see, this is the difference between, and I keep on saying it, this is the difference between Thomas Sankara and large numbers of other black people. He was a doer. And in my opinion, if he had been alive, even though, Burkina Faso was a landlocked country, had no access to the sea or to the ocean, I think that Burkina Faso would have reached the levels of what Nigeria is right now. It would have been an emerging market on par with other emerging markets in Nigeria, particularly that of in Africa, particularly that of Nigeria. Guys, please hit the like button and please subscribe to the channel if you can. Let me see who's in the chat. Let me see, guys. Please call in if you can. I think the link is dropped. Thank you so much, Gary, for the $5 super chat. We appreciate that a lot. Let me see, guys. The chat is going crazy. Gary says, "Hey, little brother, African American, do not really care about their own people. They care about complaining on what others did to others in the past." Yeah, yeah, and unfortunately, Gary, that is a habit that probably is going to die with the millennials, Gen Xers, boomers, etc. And it's a behavior that should die off. This is why when I do these live streams over here, I always say that I make these for the 19-year-old, the 20-year-old, because a kid can eventually break the cycle. And I really believe that. Listen, let's be honest. A 40-year-old, he ain't about to wake up one day and break the cycle. He's going to continue it. She's going to, unless they have some sort of strong motivation. Somebody who's already 40, they're not really going to break the cycle. And I know it's comforting to know about MLK and Malcolm X and Medgar Evers and Rosa. I know it's comforting to know about that. But you can't tell a 40-year-old, hey, you ever heard of Thomas Sankara? You ever heard what he did in his country? In his country, by the way. He wasn't talking in America, holding hands in America on the white man's roads, on the white man's Capitol building. He wasn't doing that. These people had their own country. These people actually, when they talked about independence, they actually did it. That's the difference. Thomas Sankara literally talked about independence and literally lived it. We know that this used to be a former French colony. But before the French were here, for eons, we were Burkinabe. So yeah, we may have been Upper Volta when the French were here for 80 years. But now you guys are gone. We don't need you anymore. We don't need you. The only thing that is a remnant here is the language. Yeah, we still speak French. So what? But that's the difference. And to a degree, that's why even I put Malcolm X in the title, because Malcolm X talked about separation as well. But even Malcolm X didn't even live it out. He didn't live out separating. Malcolm X could have easily went to a black nation and been just as influential in a black nation. He didn't do it. Because at the end of the day, the very same people that you're complaining about is the very same people that you really want to be around. And that's the difference between Thomas Sankara. He didn't complain about the French because he didn't want them around. He wanted Burkina Faso for the Burkinabe. They call them Burkinabe. They don't call them Burkina Fasians. He wanted that country strictly for them. He didn't want to hold hands with the French. He didn't want to hold hands with any other Western powers. See, here in this country, you have a lot of black leaders, and I got to keep saying Martin Luther King. Real talk, he wanted to hold hands with the white man. He wanted to hold hands with the very same people that he was talking about was oppressing them or oppressing the black race. He wanted to hold hands with people who didn't want to hold hands with him back. That's the difference between him and a Jerry Rollins of Ghana. Listen, we don't care. You don't like us? So what? We like ourselves. That's what men do. A man loves himself. And again, I don't want anybody to take this part and say, oh, he's saying MLK wasn't a man. No, MLK was a man. And I respect him and his legacy. But there is nothing greater when a man says, hey, man, I don't care if this person likes me or not, man. I love myself. And that was the difference. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. You guys are awesome. Mrs. Fancy says, I'm not versed enough to have this argument. No, Mrs. Fancy, you are versed enough to have this argument. You're highly intelligent. I'm pretty sure you could definitely Keep it up. You trust me, you can. Because all the argument is about is just self-sufficiency. And that's what Thomas Sankara was about. Sir, what's up?
How you doing, brother?
I'm pretty good, sir. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to call in, just very briefly,
Yes, sir.
just to comment and kind of get some dialogue with you
Yes,
on a
sir.
comment that you just made about Malcolm X.
Yes, sir.
Um, and as I just put in the chat just a while ago, I'm sorry, I'm walking outside, so I hope that you can hear me fine right now. Um, is that when we speak about black leaders, that it's important that we kind of level set because Malcolm, to mention Malcolm X in the same breath as the brother that you're speaking of right now, it might be a bit unequal, if you understand what I mean. If I think that a more adequate comparison would be uh, Elijah Muhammad, because that was the teacher of Malcolm X as well as his leader and the leader of the Nation of Islam.
Yes, sir.
And even your criticism of Malcolm X is to say that he um, did not separate, but he advocated on behalf of the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad for separation. And a part of that program and that strategy, at least at that time, was um, to have a goal that um, excuse me that black people should have a separate territory within the United States. That was a major component of Elijah Muhammad's platform, and I just kind of wanted your thoughts on that because if we're going to compare it in that way, it's not like Burkina Faso was located within France or located within a European territory necessarily. It's it was in Africa, and it's a unique challenge for us as blacks in America to gain independence within this European or white controlled country. So I just kind of wanted to know what your thoughts were on that
Yeah.
specific strategy and that specific
Yeah.
you know
Well,
struggle.
first, sir, I do know, and we've talked before. You are a member of the Nation of Islam, correct?
No, sir, I'm not a registered member, but I am Muslim.
Okay. Because I was going to say rest in peace to Ava Muhammad, who
Yes,
recently
sir,
passed away.
absolutely.
Um, the I understand what you're saying. You're saying that Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, Idi Amin, they had the luxury of being in a continent that is predominantly black. I understand what you're saying in comparison to uh, in the states where it may have been hard for true independence when the country is predominantly white and other groups of people, and blacks were not. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm also saying is this: um, there was nothing stopping X, and there was nothing stopping King from leaving this country and actually um, managing or ruling or becoming leaders in a continent that literally everybody looks like you. And in my opinion, I feel like they really didn't even they if given the option, and I'm maybe speaking out of my ass with this, I don't think that they would have done it, even given the option to do it, because I personally think that they were so indoctrinated with Western culture that they actually loved the white man, despite that they were saying that they were being oppressed by the white man. I think they actually loved the white man. And that's why I feel like, for example, with MLK, yeah, he wanted to literally eat with the same people that didn't want him in the same restaurant. Whereas I
Mhm.
think that Idi Amin wouldn't have cared. Uh, Sankara certainly wouldn't have cared. And what I'm saying is that to a 19-year-old is that it's cool to learn about King. It's cool to know, understand what you were talking about, but it's also cool to learn about a Sankara to show you what a true black nation state is. And the Nation of Islam attempted it, but unfortunately, the Nation of Islam is pretty much in a state where, or a country where, it doesn't really work like that here. You can't overthrow the government here and establish the Nation of Islam as its own political power. I mean, I guess you could if you had the power to do it on scale, but they didn't have the resources to do it, or probably even the thought of doing it. And creating a black nation state in America, it's a lofty idea, and I understand that's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted to do. But what about resources? What about things of that magnitude? Would that even
You
have?
know,
Go ahead.
yeah, that's a great question. And just considering the fact that the indigenous people, the Native Americans, were allocated their
Mhm.
specific homes in the continental United States, where they are able to own and control their own land without it being in conflict with normal functions of the United States government. Um, and knowing that the U.S. Annually allocates billions
Yeah.
to other countries, it's always been a hypocritical stance. I'm not saying that you said this, but it's often said, well, where are we going to get the money from? How are we going to do it? Oh, it's just such an insane, impossible idea. But if we go back to the founding of this country, and the expansion of this country from border to border, if they were able to figure out how to take the land and take the resources from the indigenous people that lived here and divide it up into 50, well, 40, to 49 states, then, well, ultimately 50 states, then are you telling me that it's impossible, or is it a matter of we're not going to because there's no one that's going to make us? And on that, I agree with you on that. Just sitting around and complaining and saying, "Well, just give it to us." That's never going to get it done. But there have been efforts throughout the decades, throughout this past century, to try to maintain and get some sort of economic leverage to say, well, if you're not going to play ball with us as Black Americans, then we're not going to participate in your economic structure the way that you want us to. Unfortunately, even those efforts have been minimal at best. But there's a difference um, between effort and the actual goal. So, I agree with you. We should know about some of these non-American Black leaders
Yes.
that had their impacts. But I think that the goals are different, and it might not be necessarily a fair comparison, considering the fact that Latrice Latrice Lumumba and some of these other Black leaders did not have to function in the continental United
Correct.
States. And if they had to, then
Correct.
you might have seen a bit of a different impact, and their
Right.
ultimate
They
impact
probably
in
would.
history might not have been the same.
Right. So they probably would have been the same as an ex King Jesse Jackson. I understand that, and I
I
think
won't
that's
say Jesse, but yeah.
okay. Right. Maybe Jesse, but I should have said Jesse, but I believe that's, and I agree with you. So I think the luxury of them being in a continent where everybody looked like them, and without the former colonial master being there, you I guess it could be easier to nationalize resources. I guess it could be easier to do certain things. I guess it could, like I said, Thomas Sankara was 33 when he literally overthrew a government. You can't do that here in America. But over there, yeah, it's constant instability. It's always coup d'etats. So yeah, so he was a pretty much it was I don't want to say it was handed to him on a silver platter, because it certainly was not. But when he got it, he didn't take the resources like most African leaders had done and use it to create a life of luxury. Patrice
Mhm.
Cullors, Black Lives Matter, so many other Black leaders in America. He used the resources and literally distributed the wealth amongst the people. And that's why people in Burkina Faso and other countries in Africa still respect Thomas Sankara to this day. The man is a legend. And so his influence, you know, a lot so somebody young listening to this, see, the world is not just the United States. You have the French speaking world, you have the Spanish speaking world, you have you have different cultures all over the world. So think about the hundreds of millions of people who speak French who know about the legacy of Thomas Sankara. Think about that for a minute. And those are and that's a concept that somebody who's 40, 50, they may not grasp that if they never left their neighborhood and their local city. But somebody who's lived overseas, and trust me, man, I had a lot of friends from Burkina Faso growing up. The man, I mean, you should have seen sometimes in the conversation, grown men, when we were 20, you will see a tear coming out of their eyes when they talked about this man, because that's how much of an influence that he had in that particular region and in the French speaking world. So my friends who were essentially, Burkinabe, but a part of the French language or whatever, they had a connection that here in the States, we don't have that connection because we're speaking English. Most people don't even know anything about French or France. They don't know about their former colonies. So why would they know about Burkina Faso, and why would they know about Thomas Sankara? But this is a perfect opportunity, in my opinion, for a teenager, for somebody young, to look at this and say, you know what? I don't know French. I don't know any of the languages in Burkina Faso, but I do want to know who this man CT is talking about. If that makes any sense. I think he froze. Guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Let me see. Let me see. Talking about Dr. Khalid Muhammad's food was poison. Interesting. I never heard of
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm pretty sure it's my signal
Okay, well, you're frozen, but I heard you. What's up, sir?
hop
How you doing?
off, but I appreciate the dialogue, brother.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. So last thing I'll just say, and I'll hop off
Mm-hmm.
and let you get back to it. Marcus Garvey, the most honorable Marcus Garvey, had also a different, a very unique goal and objective, as well as unique circumstances that stood in his way. He was someone that tried to do exactly what you said Malcolm X and Martin Luther King did not do, or which was he was trying to get blacks from America to go back to Africa. He said
Yeah.
Africa for the Africans.
Yeah. To
And at
create a
that
nation. You're breaking up. Let me. Okay, you're breaking up real bad. So, uh,
yeah,
call back.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for calling in. You're breaking up really bad though. But if you could call back in, that'd be totally fine. Okay. Um, the Chai or the Shy salute to you says, man, most African countries are separated by tribes, language, and religion. Why flee to Africa when most European and other countries benefit more than the natives? Well, that's the whole thing. The shy, why not try? Why not try it? Why not try to create a nation state or live within one? You know, if here goes Thomas Sankara, right? He becomes leader at 33. He implements all types of policies, women's rights. He creates jobs. He creates industry. This is a landlocked country, by the way. The man wanted a fit nation. So, he mandated exercising and things of that magnitude. Things are hard at first. They're hard. Things are hard. But you have to start somewhere. King X Garvey, though they are legends, though they have legacy status, they didn't try, respectfully, they didn't try to say, you know what, we're going to actually live this out. We're going to actually create our own nation state. We're going to actually do it. That was the difference. Yes, there are a lot of languages in Africa. Yes, there are a lot of religions in Africa. But who's to say that you or I don't mean me, but you or I could not have gone to Africa 100 years ago, 60 years ago, with that same ideology and created a nation state within Africa? You certainly couldn't do it in America. So that's why when I see, oh, he's back. Go ahead, sir.
I know. I'm just listening to
Okay,
you, but yeah, I just want to say this one last thing, and I'll get back off 'cause I'm pretty sure it's my signal.
go ahead,
But
sir.
Marcus Garvey had a unique goal and circumstances that prevented him from doing what you just said that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X did not do or did not want to do. He tried to get Black Americans to go back to Africa. It was
Yeah,
Marcus Garvey who said Africa for the Africans. And it was the United States government at that time that um, needed the Black American population to remain here for manual labor at that time, and they saw his movement of Pan-Africanism as a threat to their economy, which is why they targeted him, had him in and out of prison, well, in and out of jail, and he ultimately died a broken man, betrayed by his own closest, you know, confidence.
well,
And so, yeah, I just wanted to say that.
the question I have is that you have an entire nation of a certain demographic of people, black people. The majority of blacks in America, particularly, they scream racism, they scream oppression, they scream all these institutionalized things that are supposedly happening, which I don't agree. Why not take the message of Thomas Sankara? Why not take that message with you and say, you know what? All these things are happening in this country. I'm gonna look at Thomas Sankara. He didn't hold hands. Again, I'm gonna say it over and over. He didn't hold hands with whites and sing "We Shall Overcome." He was building a nation. You would think, with all the racism here, supposedly, and all the oppression here, supposedly, you would think that blacks would say, you know what, enough's enough. Let's go to a place where everybody looks like us. Let's go to a country where the judges, the senators, the president, the military, everybody looks like us. And let's either add to this nation state or create our own nation state in this huge continent. There are not millions of cities in Africa. Black Americans, with all the crying that they do, could literally take the example of Patrice Lumumba, take the example of a Jerry Rollins, and literally create a city state in some countries. Why not buy up land in Tanzania? Why not buy land in Ghana or there in Ghana and create a new black city? I don't know. I don't know what it would be called. They call it New Chicago. It could be called New Detroit, and this will be in a black city. And you can rule over it, and you can be the kings and queens over this black nation state, and it won't be a white face in sight. And I believe that is the cure. Looking at a Thomas Sankara, looking at what he did, we can. Why not? If what I'm hearing all the time on YouTube about the black man, we created math, we created this, we created that, we created this. Well, why not create all these things in a black nation state on a black continent and using the example of Thomas Sankara? Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
No, I mean, I definitely understand what. I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're. Uh, oh, yeah. So, I definitely understand what you're saying. But the last question that I have, and honestly, this time I'll get back off is, I guess it's a two-pronged question. First, yes or no, do
Okay.
you believe that the United States is the greatest military and economic power that the world has ever seen?
Yes, with the capital. Yes, with capital letters and an exclamation point.
And if that is the case,
Yes, sir.
then I just wonder, can we, without excuse, I'm not talking excuse, I'm talking explanation, in order to be able to quantify the challenges that blacks in America specifically have, that
Well,
if
sir.
we're faced with the greatest military and economic, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I cut you off. I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
Sure, yes sir. If we're faced with the challenge of separating from a a great global power that uh throughout the centuries has either not wanted us to leave at one point, and then at another point didn't care whether we died or spent the rest of our lives in prison. If we're faced with that more than any other black nation, whether it be in the islands, the Caribbean, or in Africa itself,
Yes,
then
sir.
can we adequately make this comparison, as opposed to saying, well, no black leader in America, had the chutzpah to get it done, or knew what they were doing. Well, no, we had a unique set of challenges, and I just want that to be addressed so that we don't minimize the efforts and strategies that various black leaders, including Elijah Muhammad and Marcus Garvey, had.
Well, hopefully, I can answer this question without sounding like a broken puzzle. In terms of military strength, right, and physicality, black men boast and brag about the ability to fight. Black men boast and brag about being gangsters. Black men boast and brag about committing all types of acts. I've heard black men walking down the street telling other people, "I got two bodies on me." The idea that we should be afraid of a of a of a of a of a I don't know why. I think you used a good example by saying the American army, but the idea of being afraid of an army, well, if we're so much gangster, if we're so big and bad, if we're thugs, if we're this, because rappers rap about it all the time, then why should we be afraid of an army? Aren't we gangsters? aren't we aren't we strong, right? Don't we have the ability to fight? So when Thomas Sankara nationalized his country, changed the name of his country, his army, of course, wasn't on the same scale as the British army, as the French army, as the American army. But he didn't have that in mind. He had in mind, I'm gonna build this nation up. I'm gonna build this nation up. I'm gonna build this military up. He was already in the military, but we're gonna build this military. We're gonna make everybody a part of this country. We're gonna make everybody a part of the nation building process of this country. And he didn't have a fear in the in the world. Same thing with Idi Amin. These people didn't have a fear in the world about the white man's army because they already said in their head, well, shit, we have the ability to fight. And so it's in America, which is so fascinating about America is, and no offense to you, but I think you're asking the question as a observer more than anything. When you say, well, what about protecting us from this big bad army, right? Well, why is it that blacks are punks all of a sudden when it comes to defending ourselves against whitey? But why is it that when we see each other, it's on and popping? Go ahead. Mhm. Go ahead, sir. You get the floor.
I I understand your question, but when I when I ask about the United States being a great military presence in the world, I'm not just speaking in terms of their
Hmm.
guns and their tanks. I'm also talking about their strategies domestically and internationally, not just on the battlefield with bullets, but with political strategies to dismantle movements from within. The FBI and the CIA being so successful in what they've done to countless. If we're just talking about in the United States alone, they managed to infiltrate the Nation of Islam. They managed to infiltrate the Black Panther organization. They were able to infiltrate or establish. If we're talking about the NAACP or the Urban League, they were able to um, get their tentacles into Black organizations that could have contributed to the independence of Black people in America. I really, listen. I really want to hear what you want to say, and I'm going to listen, but I do have to hop back off. But I just want to listen from
Absolutely.
the outside, brother. I
Thank you so
appreciate your
much for
time.
thank you so much for calling in.
Peace.
Peace. Again, to answer your question, um, Black Americans, particularly those who are committing crimes, those that are a part of gangs, they have no problems being a part of gangs. They have no problems with this whole infiltration thing. They don't think about infiltration. Um, Other organizations don't think about infiltration. Black Lives Matter didn't think about infiltration. But when it comes to nation building, especially when it comes to blacks, it's always, oh, well, what about the CIA? And I respect the last caller. I talked to him before. But this is what I'm always hearing, though. And I think he was asking the question, again, not as a person who believes in it, but just a person who just wanted to ask a question for the audience. Now, when it comes to organizations that are begging, Black Lives Matter, other civil rights movements, anything about begging, you never hear this conversation of blacks saying that, oh, the CIA is going to infiltrate or the FBI is going to infiltrate. It's never a question of infiltration when we're begging. But anytime there's a notion of nation building, oh, they're gonna bring the CIA in. Well, one minute we will say that we're the most intelligent race, we're the most witty race, we're the most ethnic. I mean, we're the most physically strong race, etc. And then if a person like me says, "Well, what if we're not? What if we're not?" Just based on the fact that you just out of your own mouth said an organization can break us down. Well, if we're so superior, if we're so smart, how could this organization do any of these things? You have to ask yourself these questions. Thomas Sankara wasn't worried about the World Bank, while other African nation states were at the time worried. He didn't care about the World Bank. He told fellow African leaders, hey, don't even pay the World Bank back. Don't pay your debts back. You don't owe the West anything. A lot of Western leaders, I mean, a lot of African leaders looked at him like he was crazy. They're going to kill us. But these very same African leaders would kill their own people. But all of a sudden, you're afraid of the World Bank. I mean, it's remarkable. It's remarkable that we allow the boogeyman to bring us into so much fear that we won't even shoot a bullet. But you would look at your own black brother with evil eyes walking down the street walking down the street. Thomas Sankara didn't care about the FBI, the CIA. Oh yeah, the FBI or the CIA was they were complicit in overthrowing governments in South America before and Africa at the time. He didn't care. He didn't care about paying debts back to the World Bank or any other outside institution that was a part of the West. You guys colonized our country. You came in and stole resources from us. You occupied our land. Why on earth would I pay anything back? Why would I pay you back? Because we got a loan from you, or because we stop it. That's why I say if you're 19, you're 20, just look at a Thomas Sankara. He wasn't scared. And the funny thing is that it wasn't even the French who killed him. It was Blaise Compaoré who killed him, his own friend. Now, some people will argue that he was working on behalf of the French, but the French, the white Frenchman, didn't pull the trigger. That's the difference. Woolsey says, I can't believe you're talking about our former president. Yeah. I love Blaise Compaoré. He died when I was 3 years old, but his legacy still stands to this day. And to the friends of mine that I had that were Burkinabe in college, man, I know I haven't seen you in years, but if you happen to watch this, I remember those conversations. I remember the tears coming down your eyes when you were talking about Thomas Sankara, a man who was, in my opinion, ahead of his time. In my opinion, a black futurist. Do I rock with white people? Sure. Do I rock with other groups of people? Sure. But Thomas Sankara taught us to have an independent black nation state that doesn't have to rely on anyone. Now, if you want to trade goods and import exports, fine. But what Thomas taught us, and I mean us as an entire African diaspora, is that we can be self-sufficient without relying on whitey. And that's what he taught us. And he wasn't scared. See, we get scared, and I hate putting we in there because I ain't scared, but we get scared when it comes to the white man. We not scared. See, I gotta agree with Charleston White on a lot of his talking points. See, a black man to wake up with a gun and his goal is to shoot another black man. His goal is never to shoot anybody else but another black man. And there's a lot of truth in what Charleston White said. Now, we wake up, we don't have no fear for no other black. But when it comes to white, they are the CIA, the FBI. It's always some white boogeyman that's going to stop something. But maybe it's not. Maybe that's all it is. It's just a boogeyman. The Chinese, just 3 decades ago, were living in abject poverty. And look at what they have turned out in the past 30 years, because they have become a nation that is really pro-China or pro-Chinese people. And the same thing could be with blacks in the diaspora. 1 minute, we're disrespecting the American government. We're disrespecting this military. We say that it's racism here. We say it's oppression here. But the minute that somebody like me says, well, if it's oppression here, if it's racism here, why don't we go to a continent where everybody looks like us? We could easily matriculate into the government, the military without a problem. Oh man, we built this country. We American now. All of a sudden you're American. And that's what I'm saying. And this is why a lot of times my message is not for, again, older people. It's for younger people. See, an old person will fight me tooth and nail about this message. The idea that that I have King's name coming out of my mouth would offend the average black person. But the average black person in America ain't living like King. The average black person in America is not talking like King. doesn't have the decorum like King. If you're 19, 20, I'm the chaotic truth. And what I do is I expose the hypocrisy in the black culture. And I do it not to be an Uncle Tom, but I do it because I love black people. I love the African diaspora. And I believe that exposing the hypocrisy will make us better. Thomas Sankara looked at his countrymen. He's on video doing this. Some of his countrymen are wearing. One kid was wearing, I think, some Levi jeans. Yep, Levi jeans. They called it Levis because the translation. He said, "You're wearing Levi jeans. You just gave your money away to people who literally hate you, who literally dominate you, who literally don't want nothing to do with you, but you gave your money to them. All the while, your neighbors, they're sewing clothes every day, but you don't get them a dime for their clothes." That's what Sankara taught. Tell me, did King teach that? He didn't. He didn't teach that. Now, Al Sharpton may have mentioned buy black, but that's just in words. That's all in words. Even if a black leader in America said it, it's generally words coming out their mouths because their actions are different. They're buying the Brooks Brothers suits, all the while they're telling you about racism or oppression. They're buying. They're giving their money to the powers that be that are supposedly oppressing them. Here goes Thomas Sankara, 1983, 84, 85, when he was president. He said, "Why you give them power economically? You're basically handing over rulership." A lot of black leaders don't talk like that, except for Thomas Sankara. Obama never talked like that. But let me guess, guys. People are going to say Obama was the president for the people, so he couldn't focus on blacks. If I would have been the president, I would mainly focus on blacks. You know why I would mainly have focused on blacks? Because the Asian race, the Jewish race, and the black race, I mean, the white race, generally are more economically sound in this country, and they're more economically better off. Why would I need to talk to them for? I would have talked to the blacks over everybody. Hey, black people, why don't we? Why don't you buy from that black tailor? This black woman right here, she makes clothes. Why don't you buy from her? Oh, instead of driving that Mercedes 2 miles down the street to your job, why don't you ride this bike that's made by this black welder? Oh man, I ain't about to be caught on no bike. Well, Thomas Sankara, they rode bikes to work. They made their own bikes. They made their own. I'm telling you, you gotta look up Thomas Sankara. He did all this stuff. Keeping up with the Joneses was not a concept in Burkina Faso under Thomas Sankara. It wasn't a concept. We have a nation to build. We have a nation state to build and maintain. Driving around in Mercedes, let's sell them. That was Thomas Sankara. Angela says Obama turned his back on his relatives in Africa. Did you read Obama's brother's book, Tell Obama to Go and Live in Africa? He wouldn't do it. Now, Philly says he did all this, but nobody ever heard of him. Philly, respect to you. But let's be honest, you probably have never even left Philadelphia. Let's say you did leave Philadelphia. You probably never left the continent. You never left the continental USA. This is another problem. And see, when you're young, see, this is the perfect example right here. If you're 18 years old watching this, now Philly, I can't, he looks about 30, 31, 32, maybe 40, I don't know. Listen to what he's saying. Nobody ever heard of him. Sir, go to West Africa. Go to any country in West Africa. Go to France. Sir, the only sir, there is an entirely different world when you leave America. You have the French speaking world, you have the Spanish speaking world, you have the Portuguese speaking world, you have different worlds out here. You may not have heard about him in Philadelphia at Philadelphia public schools. But sir, hundreds of millions of people know about Thomas Sankara. And again, he's done more for Black people politically, economically, than any Black leader in the United States of America. Any. And this message isn't for you, Philly. It's for younger people. See, you're an old dog. You can't be taught anything new. You're set in your ways. But I want the 18-year-old to see this. I want the 18-year-old to go look up and research Thomas Sankara. I want the 18-year-old to compare. See, there's nothing wrong with comparison. White people do it all the time with their leaders. White people do it all the time with their business owners. Yeah, Bob there, he's a CEO of such and such, and his company did so great under his leadership. White people do it all the time. You have to compare to get better. You see that guy right there? He's better than me. You know what? I'm gonna emulate him. Nothing wrong with that. But see, when you're Black, the idea of comparing is man, why are you comparing? Why not compare? Why not admit that somebody's better than you? That's another thing about Thomas Sankara. He wasn't a man of ego. He didn't have his bodyguards with him all over, and there were so many accounts of him riding his bike alone, running. Well, he carried his pistol with him, but he was, he still was a military president, but he rode his bike alone. He jogged alone. He didn't have to show up somewhere like, yeah, you know who I am. He didn't do that. He was a humble leader. Thank you so much, Philly. Thank you so much, sir. A normal man says when Black people compare once, they rationalize you are better. They want to rob you. Oh, come on, man. Let me see. T. Williams says, "Peace to Sankara, land of the incorruptible. Let's go." Yeah, and that's another thing about Thomas Sankara. He fought against corruption tooth and nail, which was so unheard of at the time by any African leader. Something that Nigeria should learn from. Corruption keeps people behind. It keeps societies behind. In Zaire, you had Mobutu. Now, Mobutu, you can argue and say that he was responsible for the death of Patrice Lumumba. Mobutu takes power. He stifles $1 billion out of the country. Typical African ruler. But he was in office for 30 years. He didn't do anything with the country, Congo. He could have nationalized cobalt. He could have nationalized rubber. He didn't do none of it. Thomas Sankara, he fought against corruption. You can't have a corrupt state in your nation building, and you're building a nation. You can't have people stifling dollars and stifling resources when the people are not wealthy yet, or the people aren't all eating at night. You can't do it. The standard of living under an anti-corrupt Burkina Faso became increasingly higher when Thomas Sankara was in power. You should look it up. It's really interesting. Excuse me, guys. Philly says, "What is your opinion on the Black Panthers, CT?" Well, again, it goes back to what I keep saying: all talk and no action. The Black Panthers could have started their own political party. They could have put people in power. They could have taken over cities politically. They didn't do that. It was too much infighting. The fact is that you allow people to infiltrate. The Black Panthers could have been way more powerful than what they really were, but they suffered from the very same things that so many American Black organizations suffer from. But that's my opinion on them. Angela says the American school system is not going to teach about Black great leaders. This is done by design. That's why this is done by design. Well, Angela, that is why it is up for you as a parent to teach your child about these great Black leaders. Hey, mom, they're teaching us about Martin Luther King, and they had us sing "We Shall Overcome." Yeah, that's done by design. They want your kids to be a slave. They want your kids to be a victim. It's up to you to say, okay, close that textbook. Now we're going to learn about Thomas Sankara. Now we're going to learn about Patrice Lumumba. Now we're going to learn about Jerry Rollins. Now we're going to learn about Kwame Nkrumah. We're going to learn about these great men who were actual nation builders. Salute to you, Angela. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Jonathan says, "Oh, that's cap chaotic. The Black Panthers weren't all talk." Jonathan, salute to you, sir. But I do have to ask you, what did the Black Panthers build other than the food program for the schools, lunch programs? What banks did they build? What other institutions did they build? I'm not disrespecting these groups. I'm just asking questions. What did they build physically? You see, the problem is, and see, this is why, again, I got to keep saying it over and over. This is not for old people. See, my generation, millennials, I can't wait till we die off. See, my sorry ass generation, we're just the same as the Gen Xers and the baby boomers. Old dogs can't teach them new tricks. Now, Jonathan, whom I respect very much, said that's cap chaotic. The Black Panthers were all talk. What did they build? What did the Black Panthers do? What did they build? Who did they conquer? What are their imports and exports? Name me a high ranking government official, just one, who was a Black Panther. Somebody with influence. Name me a Black CEO who was a Black Panther. Name me name me a CEO of a Fortune 500 company who's Black who says, "I'm a Black Panther. I was a Black Panther." You can't do it. Other groups of people, other organizations, they strategically put people into positions of power. The mafia, the mafia, literally puts certain people in positions of union power. They dominate. At one point dominated the unions. Black Panthers didn't do that. Yeah, it's nice, it's novel, it's lofty to feed little children. Sure. But what else did they really do? I'm not trying to knock the Black Panthers. I'm just going by history and what it's taught me. The Jews, who represent what 2% of the American population, you find them at almost every facet of high society. I think 20% of Fortune 500 CEOs are Jewish. I think 75% of Nobel Laureate Award recipients are Jewish. These people are at the forefront of society. They control society here generally. These are political moves. These are economic moves. These are moves to ensure that my race is the best. And I'm not saying that blacks are not the best or blacks are bad. I'm just pointing out things that I see. The Black Panthers, they didn't create weapons. They didn't create. I mean, what did they really do, man? I respect you, Jonathan, but I have to ask that question. Were they into steel? Were they into copper? Were they into something that could have enriched them so that they could have created long lasting institutions for generations of blacks 50, 60, 100, 200, 300 years from now? No, they weren't. They weren't. Salute to you, Jonathan. Salute to you. Kenya says, "Here we go with the Jews. This man loves the Jews." No, I don't. I love myself. Kenya, I love myself, but I can't sit here and deny. Prove it. Prove me wrong when I say anything that I'm saying. Do the Jews not? Are they not the majority of Nobel laureate winners or recipients? Are they not at in almost every facet of upper echelon society? Do they not? Are they not the Are they not 25% CEOs of Fortune 500 companies? Are they not? Prove me wrong. They position themselves to be powerful. And that's essentially what Thomas Sankara was talking about. We can be powerful in our own nation. We can be builders. We don't have to rely on somebody else. I'm not, listen, Kenya, I'm not here dogging the black race. But salute to you, Kenya. Positivity coming to you. Hope all is well with you and your family, sir. Triple H says this show is starting to become Africans versus Black Americans. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. We are all a part of the African diaspora or the Black diaspora. We're all a part of it. This isn't about Africans and African Americans. This is about looking at this man, Thomas Sankara, a man who built a nation, a man who fought against illiteracy in this country. You can look it up. A man that didn't want foreign aid, whether he was African or Black American. Any man who does these things, in my opinion, is somebody to be acknowledged. And he just happens to be an African. So while King was begging, while Rosa Parks was begging, while Medgar Evers was begging, while so many of these people were begging, Thomas Sankara was doing. That's the difference. I'm not trying to downplay any of those figures, but these are the figures that are given to you in school so that you can continue to be a beggar, so that you can continue to be a person who blames everything on the white man. Thomas Sankara, you can't find nothing. You can't find nothing in his history that says he was begging the French for anything. Even though the French were a former colony of Burkina, well, it was called a Revolta at the time. Nothing. Guys, cam up if you can. Jonathan says, if your point is that they made mistakes and didn't have the best strategy, I could agree with you. But to say that they were taught is simply wrong, I do understand your perspective, though. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Let me see who's in the chat. Philly says, what did the government do in response to the Black Panthers? That's the real question. How does the government react when black people try to build anything? Guys, again, you've created a boogeyman. You're creating this boogeyman. The government conveniently does things when black people start building something. That's always the argument. How come the government didn't do anything when blacks literally controlled Detroit for 40, 50 years? Blacks control Jackson, Mississippi. Blacks have controlled Harlem for 100 years, if not more, and were millionaires there. How come the government didn't conveniently do anything there? Or it only works sometimes? Which one is it? Which one is it? Do we have a Harlem Renaissance and then we have an Oklahoma Tulsa bombing? Which one is it? Does the government pick and choose? Does this government pick and choose? Or are we so scared to build and do what Thomas Sankara did? Salute to you, though, Philly. Let me see who this is. Guys, you can cam up. You don't have to bombard the chat. You can cam up. Don't be afraid. Let me see. OSHA says chaos or CT. You speak as though Black American people and organizations didn't have very real opposition against them. No, they did not have any real opposition against them, sir. That's the boogeyman. Nothing has kept Black people, again, from attaining success in this country other than the person that's in the mirror. Same thing with these organizations. The Divine Nine, which consists of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Phi Beta Sigma, Zeta Phi Beta, Sigma Gamma Rho, Iota Phi Theta. What has kept these organizations from being powerful? Nothing. Most of our leaders in this country have been a part of these organizations. The government hasn't infiltrated the Divine Nine. The government hasn't infiltrated Black Lives Matter. So, what opposition has the government done to any organization? So, again, do they pick and choose? My fraternity has produced some of the greatest Black Americans in the history of America. How come the government didn't infiltrate Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated? How come? The most elite Black men in the country have been alphas. Martin Luther King, whom by the way is my fraternity brother, which is even more shocking that I'm even saying anything about him. But politics is politics. Race is race. I'm just being honest with you. I think Thomas Sankara was a better leader. But nothing. The government didn't stop Alpha Phi Alpha from producing all these great men. Thurgood Marshall was an alpha. He sat on the United States Supreme Court. How come the government didn't stop him? Salute to you, OSHA Lennox. Thank you so much for camming up. Reaper says, let me see. Guys, you guys can cam up. You don't have to be in the chat. Let me see. Reaper says, Sankara had resources of a whole country. This is a dumb point, chaotic. Again, whether Sankara had resources of a whole country, okay. You have resources here. Thomas Sankara literally said, don't give your power to the master by giving him money. What do we do? We buy Nike, we buy Mercedes, we buy all of the oppressor's items. But then stats will say blacks have a net worth of $1,000 as a family. But then we would get mad and say they be oppressing us. How they oppressing you? But see, Sankara said, "Hey, sell all these government Mercedes Benzes, get the Renaults, start buying clothes that are made within this country. Stop buying clothes from." He was talking about things that literally blacks in America weren't even talking about. Yes, he did have resources in his country. He had natural resources, but he also had the mind to say, you can create your own. And you can create your own here in the States. You don't have to buy that Range Rover. You don't have to buy that Benz. Some people work 2 miles from their job and they have a Benz. What you need a Benz for? Why don't you get you a bike? Why don't you weld you a bike? You could weld a bike. You could. There are a lot of black men who are welders. Why not hire a black man to weld you a bike? Listen to what I'm saying about the message of a Sankara, Thomas Sankara. You don't have to move to Africa. You could do it here in the States. You could implement what he produced or talked about and did, and you could do that in the States. The link should be dropped. JR, can you drop the link? Mindless and outspoken says the problem is black people still just talk too much for years and think things are going to change. Plan and do it. That's what Sankara did. Thank you so much. Jonathan says CT Fred Hampton was literally assassinated by law enforcement. How can you say that there is no opposition? That's wild, brother. No, there's not any opposition. Um, you're talking about a few figures in history that you could legitimately say have been stopped. But what about the blacks who have not been stopped? Hold on for a second. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. What's going on, Mr. Chaos? I appreciate you letting me up here.
Yeah, no problem, man. What's up?
Look here. Now, I get a lot of what you're saying because there's a lot of little small things that we can do for ourselves. But now, when you talk about on big scale that would challenge the power that be, they are not above doing illegal things to actually dismantle and bring that stuff into chaos. And you talking about all these fraternities and sororities and all of that. And little people are not doing anything that trying to build anything or challenge anything that will bring that would cause any real opposition to the powers that be. They're not. So we can quit that right there because if it was, they'd have killed it and been disbanded by now. As a matter of fact, that's what got Martin Luther King killed when he gave that speech. We going to Washington for our checks. Everything he said before that, they were cool with it. Now the moment he said we going for our checks, all of a sudden he had to go. So look, let's not act as though Black Americans have had the same freedoms and the lack of oppression, the lack of opposition that others have had in this country. Because even when other people had opposition, somewhere down the line they made it right with those people, so they were able to get in positions where they can have a substantial amount of power. And like I said, don't get me wrong. I'm saying there's a lot of little small things that we could do. It is. But if we start doing things as a whole or organizations, you mentioned Black Lives Matter. Man, I don't even see why you even threw that up in there. That's a joke.
But the funny thing about a Black Lives Matter is that you had fat black lesbians pretty much orchestrating the largest protest, I would say, in the last 100 years. And those young kids, both black and white, they weren't afraid to go into police stations and destroy vehicles and yada yada yada. But you had Black Lives Matter who weren't punks, who were essentially fighting what they believed was opposition. No, I don't like Black Lives Matter, but you had a group literally of LGBT kids who weren't punks, who weren't talking about what the opposition could do. But here you go, sir, respectfully, a man talking about some boogeyman doing something if you attempt to do something on scale to be independent and self-sufficient. And this is the reason why I say this. My message is generally for 17 to 21-year-old kids. It's not for our generation anymore. Because the very same men that will call in and talk about this boogeyman, this government that will stop you, will be the same black man that will gun another black man down instantaneously for the slightest argument, etc. Your your age group, sir, and respectfully, Osha, I don't know whether you're a Gen Xer or you're a,
I was born
Osha,
in 1975, so you
okay,
pick one up.
1975. So you're a Gen Xer. Your generation, sir, are punks because your generation, especially, were the gangbangers, were the dope boys. Your generation were the original, started rap and all that, talked about doing all these things. But when it comes to nation building and building, all of a sudden, this gangster persona goes right out the window when I start talking about Thomas Sankara building an own nation state. All that gangster stuff suddenly leaves you. Your generation, sir, that I remember, used to wear Tim Sack pants in the 90s, carry pistols on you, and dared anybody to disrespect you. But now, sir, just look at how pathetic your generation is, sir. And it's shameful to a degree. And that's why I keep saying it. My message is not, and O'Shea, this is no disrespect towards you. This is about your entire generation. It's shameful that grown men will get up here and cry and bitch about self-sufficiency and somebody stopping them, but will openly gun each other down, fight each other in the street. It's remarkable. It is absolutely remarkable and fascinating. And then on one hand, we'll say that we's oppressed, but then you say, well, why don't you just leave the country? Well, it's our country. Well, which one is it? Are you oppressed? Is it your country? Are you a gangster? Which one is it, sir? Go ahead.
All right, first of all, a lot of that stuff said, I look, it resonates with me because I've heard it a lot and all of that. But my stance still is this right here. Look, there's small things that we can do ourselves. It is. But now, when it really boils down to it, when you talking about challenging, and look, let's go back because it bothered me for a long time to understand about Black Wall Street, which is Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of those. It bothered me a long time. I was like, wait a minute, how were we able to build that back then, and yet we can't do it now? And somebody had to enlighten me on that. See, back then, they pretty much left black folks alone because they didn't think they was a threat until they became a threat. And so therefore, now look, it wasn't just white people, just the average white people got together. They got together collectively on a that was political to the point where they went up and they got rid of that. And that wasn't the only neighborhood that they did like that. But I'll tell you, look, and this is not me talking like some punk like scared to do anything. It's look, know that enemy. If you don't know that enemy, then how can you continue to say you're going to build something and you don't know all the dangers that's out there?
Sir, this is the reason why I made this live stream. Thomas Sankara wasn't a punk. Thomas Sankara had the Rail Bank. He had the former colonial power, which was France. He defied opposition. He closed off the borders. He said, This country is my country. Now, it could be argued who killed him. People say that Blaise Compaoré was hired by the French to do it. But I keep saying it. It was not a white French who pulled the trigger. It was a black Burkinabe who did it. And what I'm saying is that if we can be bought and sold, that is another shameful thing within our culture. We have to be diligent. And the fact of the matter is, and I keep saying it, sir, where is all this gangsterism when it comes to the powers that be?
Pardon me. Now you keep saying going to gangsterism. Now,
Yes, sir. Yes, I keep going to gangsterism.
whenever you say that, I have these conversations with people sometimes, and we get on this. Man, you know how people they be selling them drugs, got them truck be selling them drugs, and the police stop them on something stupid. Be like, how can they been that stupid? And you know, my question is, look, if they were stupid enough to sell drugs, then anything that they do below that, anything other than that, compels to the overall stupidity of them choosing to sell drugs. So when you want to talk about gangsters, or where's all this gangsterness, dude, being a gangster, period, is stupid. So anything, look, for them not to go over there and actually challenge real governmental power, that does not surprise me.
Let me get to this chat. Thank you so much.
Look, I'm going to drop down. I appreciate you letting me up here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Mimi says, thank you so much, Mimi, for being a member. Mimi says, I understand where you are going, CT, but black people have been trying this in this country for a long time, and they bombed our towns and put lakes over everything. Y'all got to stop that. Nobody bombed your towns. Tulsa, Oklahoma, the bombing there, it was not a metropolis. It was not skyscrapers there. It was nothing there but maybe 2 or 3 storefronts, and blacks and whites were fighting each other. Black people give every excuse when it becomes a benefit of their own in America. The French went into what was known as Upper Volta, colonized the country, the entire country, subjugated the people, forced their will on the people, changed the people's language. You can't get one video recording of Thomas Sankara talking about that at all. Thomas Sankara was a futurist. He believed in the future. He didn't sit back talking about when the French were here, they did this, that, and the other. He didn't do that. That's the difference between a true black leader and the rest. He didn't talk about the resources that were extracted from Burkina Faso, from the French. He didn't say that you guys are living in poverty and everything is bad because of the French. No. He took power by saying, this is what we're going to do to fix everything. This is what we're going to do. And he did it. You should learn from a Thomas Sankara. The man was the greatest black man, in my opinion, in the history of the black race. If you really sit back and look at it for what it really is. Morbid obesity or obesity in America doesn't just affect blacks, it affects whites and other groups of people. People sit around all day, they try to theorize, blah, blah, blah. Just work out. That's all you got to do. Stop eating a lot. Thomas Sankara, he didn't talk about obesity. He didn't give theories. He told the people, listen, on Thursdays, get out there, get on your bikes. That's a presidential mandate. Get out there and work out. Read it. I'm telling you. He didn't like all that theory and all. No, we're just gonna do, and he did it, and he did it. Now to what Mimi's saying, respectfully, Mimi's saying that they bombed black towns. Did they bomb Harlem? Blacks in Harlem had attained so much wealth in art and culture that it was referred to as the Harlem Renaissance. Am I lying? Am I lying? How come they didn't bomb Harlem? There were drug dealers, there were artists, there were musicians, there were business owners, there were gangsters, there were pimps. Harlem had everything. In the 20s and the 30s, they had uh, uh, people who controlled the gambling. How come they didn't bomb Harlem? All these black folks making money. How come they didn't bomb Harlem? How come they didn't bomb Detroit? The auto industry left Detroit. Detroit became open season for blacks. How come they didn't bomb Detroit? If you're 19, again, listening, please listen to me. Man, I'm telling you, man, you don't know how bad it is to be a millennial. You don't know how bad it is to be a millennial listening to Gen Xers and boomers just bitch and complain all day long about the white man. All the while they're driving the white man's cars, wearing his clothes, buying his appliances. You don't have to buy TVs. What you buying a TV for? You don't have to buy the white man's computer. What you buying his computer for? Thomas Sankara talked about the very same things you guys are doing, enriching the very same people that you will eventually complain about. That's what Thomas Sankara talked about it in the 1980s. Go look it up. The only people bombing your towns are you. That's the truth. But let me keep on watching now. Let me keep on going here. Here goes Philly. They did bomb them with drugs. You don't know history. You will get your wake up call eventually. Am I lying? Am I lying right here? Did this guy not write this? Did this 30 something, 40 something year old man not just write this? This is why this message isn't for your age group. This man, he's a man and he's crying. He won't admit the fact that blacks voluntarily took drugs voluntarily, take alcohol voluntarily. But he'll say it's Budweiser's fault why black people drink. No, nothing's stopping you. I'm sorry, nobody's forcing you to drink alcohol. Nobody's forcing you to put drugs in your body. You're doing it your own self. But this is what I'm talking about with Thomas Sankara. He talked about self accountability as well as food self sufficiency, as well as economic self sufficiency. He would have looked at this person right here and probably put him in jail a couple of days or two. He did that. He did those things too in his country. He people like this. He jailed them. People who had an inability to move forward. He put them in jail. Instead of calling in, he's in the chat crying. It's a grown man, 40 some years old, grown man. They put drugs in our community. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. You know what else they also put in the black community? Libraries. You know what else they also put in the black community? Small gardens. You know what else they also put in the black community? Schools. And what do? Tear it up. Salute to you, Philly, man. Positivity is coming your way, sir. These political shows may not be for everybody. Actually, they might not just be for you. You know, Now, Reaper did say something that's very interesting. Reaper said African leaders did less with more resources than African Americans here. I agree with you. I totally agree. But we're not talking about African leaders. We're talking about one leader in Africa. His name is Thomas Sankara. We know what African leaders have done, but that's what made Thomas Sankara so unique. Salute to you. A normal man said they put guns to their head to hit them crack pipes. CT, you don't know your history. Wow. A normal man salute. Prince says, when I see a black person wearing a Tommy Hilfiger, I get heated. Well, see, here goes the thing, sir. The difference between me and you is I'm not complaining about white supremacy either. See, I don't believe in white supremacy. I don't believe in racism. But see, the thing is that you do. You believe in it. So I'm just offering alternatives for you to combat racism, right? Salute to you, Prince. Let me see. I want to point out that Natural Empress says good talking points. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, Emmanuel says at Jonathan Barronville, says, Jonathan, you are correct. But what about the other groups that faced opposition and still thrive? Absolutely. Because they don't have a victim mindset. They don't have a victim mindset. And that's what Thomas Sankara was preaching. Don't have a victim mindset. I'm trying to get to all the comments. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm still here. Let me see. Jonathan says, respectfully, CT, you're shifting the goalposts. You know, I agree with your main message, but it's a mistake in a historical to not acknowledge the very real opposition black groups have faced. Jonathan, I rock with you, and I really do. But Jonathan, I preach Afrofuturism. I believe in the future of African politics, African economies, etc. Black people in this country have experienced the highest standard of living of all blacks in the history of mankind in this country, the United States of America. Nothing is stopping us, sir. Nothing. And nothing is also stopping us from going back or going to Africa and building. Nothing is stopping you. What is stopping you from buying land in Tanzania? What is stopping you from buying land in Zimbabwe? What is stopping? And when people say, well, there's been opposition, what opposition is there now? How about right now? What is the opposition now? I think we create boogeymen. We create monsters in our head. And these monsters keep us behind or keep us behind. It keeps us from building and constructing. Thomas Sankara had no monsters. He had no boogeymen. He built, he constructed. Let me see. He goes, I wonder if another grown man is crying. He says, you can't combat what doesn't exist, right, CT? I finally disagree with you. Not acknowledging white supremacy doesn't take away its existence. Sir, This is why I say study the history of Thomas Sankara. White supremacy is in your head, Prince. It's in your head. If you profess to have built America, if you profess to be the inventors of mathematics, science, technology, etc., if you profess all of these things, wouldn't that make you supreme? Wouldn't that make you supreme over white supremacy, supposedly? Wouldn't that pretty much make white supremacy null and void if you've done all these things, sir? If you don't need to move back to Africa, and if you built this place, then obviously, sir, you are supreme in this land, right? So I don't acknowledge white supremacy because I don't think it exists. I think it's another boogeyman that you've created in your brain. If blacks created the internet, right? Or the car, right? That a lot of black people say. So, what is stopping you from creating something else here and building here? Prince, you really have to ask yourself these questions. What is stopping you? So, if you're superior, if you're supreme, then what does white supremacy have to do with anything? You might as well just say Mexican supremacy. You might as well just say Ukrainian supremacy. You might as well just say Venezuelan supremacy, Eskimo supremacy, for all that matters. Maybe these things aren't real. Maybe you're creating these things in your head. Thomas Sankara never complained about white supremacy. You know what he did complain about is people complaining about white supremacy, yet they're wearing items made by the very same people that they're saying are supreme. You have a lot of blacks driving Mercedes. They go in on the Germans. They talk all this stuff about the German people. Like, we talking about the Germans for? You're driving their car. Salute to you, Prince. Positivity is coming your way, sir. Thank you for the super chat, Norman Man. Norman Man says, where are the thriving black communities in 2022? That's a good question. Natural Empress says, that's all I am saying. Sankara's relevancy is to his home countrymen. However, I understand that we could emulate this formula. That's all Chaotic has to say. Thank you. That's all I've been saying. Being Butterfly says, if Thomas Sankara was able to do what he did here in America, he would have been globally known. I could see that. I could see that. Let me see. Trying to get to all the comments real quick. Salute to everybody that's in the chat. Let me see. Oh, Reaper says this guy is a clown. How am I a clown, sir? What is? Let me ask you a question. Here I go. And this is why I want younger people to watch this. Now, here I go. I come here on Tuesdays. I offer conversation points from the perspective of what I think. I'm not on here talking about drugs. I'm not on here talking about who's sleeping with who. I'm not on here talking about anything like that. I'm on here talking about a man that a lot of people never even heard of, right? A man who was a nation builder. A man who literally created industry for his own country. Now here goes Reaper in the chat. Now this is fascinating. He says, "This guy a clown. Laugh out loud." Are the rappers who rap about killing each other clowns? Are the rappers who shoot and kill each other clowns? Are the people in the inner city that are black giving blacks drugs, are they clowns? I bet you Reaper won't answer that question. Let's see if Reaper answers that question. I bet he won't answer it. But I'm a clown. Let's see. Big G says very distorted facts wrapped up into a conclusion. So, what's being distorted here? What's being distorted here, Big G? When I say that Thomas Sankara was about self-sufficiency and how other groups of people should be self-sufficient, is that a distortion? When I talk about the fact that Thomas Sankara didn't victim blame, instead he nationalized his country and he wanted his country to do for self, is that a distortion too? And that people should emulate that? Is that a distortion too? Okay. What's the distortion here, Big G? I'm trying to figure that one out. Salute to you, sir. Positivity's coming your way. Let me see who else is in the chat. Angela says if Thomas Sankara did this in America, he'd be dead. He would have been assassinated like MLK, Malcolm X, and others. Angela's punking out. Angela's punking out. Since when have black people been afraid of anything? Since when have black people been afraid of anything? We will openly fight each other. We'll openly do everything to each other. So why is it that you're afraid here? What is so? Why is it? Why are you so afraid to emulate Thomas Sankara? Why would that be something that they might kill us? At one point, supposedly, this is what a lot of blacks say, that they'll kill you for reading, right? Blacks still read anyway. At one point, supposedly, they said that you better not apply for that job. Well, blacks still apply for jobs. Blacks still did this. They still went to school. They might hit you with a rock trying to apply. So which one is it? Which one are you afraid of, and which one are you not afraid of? You're afraid to put in the work. That's what you're afraid to do. Thomas Sankara wasn't afraid to do that. Vicious says, so start the movement. See, here goes the thing. I don't have to start the movement because I'm not crying about white supremacy and about racism. You see, the problem is, Vicious, is that there are so many people who are crying about it. I'm just giving a solution for it. If you believe that this country has racism, or if it's oppression here, or if the big bad daddy government are doing these things, why not just go to another country? Why not go to a country where the people look like you and you can do everything that Thomas Sankara did? I don't have to start the movement because I don't believe none of those things happen. I'm just exposing BS and hypocrisy. Let me see. A normal man, what's up? 88 says your understanding of history is juvenile. It would help if you did your research before commenting. What if I said that was wrong, sir? You see, the difference is that you're not calling in. See, if you really believe with what you're saying, sir, you can call in 88 bigs, but I don't think you will do it. I don't think you will call in. I think you're at home. I can't believe he said that. I think you're crying now. Oh yeah, I think you're crying. See, you're upset that I'm not talking like how you want somebody my complexion to talk. See, you want me to say we shall overcome and yeah, slavery, they used to beat us, but I'm not going to say those things. I'm not going to say those things, and I don't believe those things really happen. I believe that we pick and choose when to be punks. I think we pick and choose when to fight. And I feel like this, man, if we're going to fight, why not fight all the time? You want to be a punk because you want to be lazy. And what I love doing is exposing hypocrisy, whether it's through politics, economics, etc. The same people who will sit there and say stuff like, "Oh, I'm a socialist." I was the kid who said, "You're a socialist. You're typing on a $2,000 computer with a $10 latte." Oh, I don't like CT. He's such an asshole. See, I expose BS. That is the purpose of me being chaotic. That is my sole purpose in life. I am an agent of chaos, but chaos in a good way. You have a lot of people who will talk about, yeah, man, we should be more, globally conscious, you know, emissions in the air, bro, you know, burning, tearing a hole in the ozone. Click, click, they get right into their damn gas guzzling car. And then I'll say, oh, how come you're not riding a bike like me? How come you're not running like me? But then I'm the asshole, etc. You see, if you're 19 years old, look at a person like myself. I'm not wise. I'm not a philosopher. I'm just a dude who sees things for what they really are. You guys are afraid to be Thomas Sankara. That's what it really is. You're afraid. You're afraid to admit it. So conveniently, when I say, "Hey, why don't you listen to Thomas Sankara and you talk about white supremacy all day. Why don't you start with not buying the white man's clothes?" I man, I could do what I want to do. I like buying Jordans. I like buying Stacy Adams. Well, how does white supremacy exist if you're buying his stuff? He's not forcing you to buy his clothes. He's not forcing you to buy his cars. But then people will say, "Oh, chaotic, you didn't do your research." Oh, I don't have to do any research. These are facts. Let me get back to the chat. Salute to you guys. A normal man says, once you point out all the inventions whites made to make us live comfortably, all of a sudden they created them inventions and was forced to not patent them. Starscream says Burkina Faso is not even the size of Texas. FBA got a landmass of sea to signing sea to build with. Well, get to work. Get to work. Let me see. Professor Xavier says Operation Paperclip still is used for media today. No matter what you feel about it, psychological reparations are owed to us, whether you whether or not you care to accept it. Now, here goes another man, and this is what Thomas Sankara didn't like in his country. men crying. So I'm going to read this the way that Professor Xavier is typing it. Operation Paperclip still is used for the media today. No matter what you feel about it, psychological reparations are owed to us. You probably got on a mini skirt right now, man, with some tissue crying. It's pathetic, man. It's absolutely pathetic. It's so sickening listening to these comments. Operation Paperclip, sir. Have you done blotter acid today? Sir, who is forcing you to watch the media? Who is forcing you to buy a TV to watch the media? The very same thing that you are saying is done is purporting this psychological warfare. Who said with the gun in their head, Professor Xavier, nigga, you better watch this program. I'm gonna blow your brains off. Who forced you? Who forced you? That's what I've been trying to say here. Salute to you, Professor Xavier. Salute to you. Seriously, sir. Thank you so much, Tiggy. Tiggy says, laugh out loud, CT, this is great content. Keenan says, personally, I think you're the real coward because as a man, you know damn well you wouldn't talk like this face to face. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. You see how fast Keenan, he'll fight me? He'll say, oh, you won't talk like this face to face. Well, 1 minute you're saying that the white man, the government, they'll stop you, they'll fight you, we shall overcome. The next minute you're willing to fight your own damn black brother. Oh, you niggas are stupid. This is the beauty of what I'm talking about here. Keenan, you don't even know who I am, sir. You don't know what I know, who I know, etc. But you're coming at me with street talk. Sir, that street talk hasn't done nothing for you, sir. You don't know if I would say this to you or anybody else face to face, sir. You don't know that I've been around hundreds of people in halls on different college campuses and said this. You don't know that I've said this to people. Sir, I'm not afraid of blacks. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid to say this to you, sir. Sir, I want you to use that same energy to nation build like Thomas Sankara. Don't worry about me. I'm just a nigga on YouTube talking. But I want you to use the same energy towards white supremacy, Keenan. You see how fast Keenan will want to fight a fellow black man, right? But as soon as you mention, hey man, why don't we be self-sufficient? Man, I ain't doing that. The white man gonna kill us. Coward. Salute to you, Keenan. Positivity to you, sir. You can call in if you want. Keenan says, you are out of your mind. I wouldn't go anywhere and be disrespectful to people like this. And it isn't street talk, it's basic respect. Call in, Keenan, man. Call in, Keenan. Guys, please hit that like button and please subscribe to the channel. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to read all the chats. I'm sorry. A normal man's making jokes. He's saying white men dropped a crate of guns. Black people walked up to it and started shooting each other and then blamed the white. Yeah, that's true, man. That is definitely true. Angela says CT is pushing people's buttons, including mine. I get it. Laugh out loud. Let me calm down. Yeah. Maybe you guys should calm down and listen to what I'm saying here. Oh, mindless outspoken says CT for mayor. Thank you so much. Mike says chaotic. There is more money in race hustling and poverty pimping. Speaking the truth only gets you laughed at. Correct. Let me see. Keenan says if I could, I would instead of leaving comments. Next time I will be sure, and we will reference this conversation. Let me see. Mike says he has a captive audience. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Reaper says I'm not saying much though. Well, if I'm not saying much, then why are you listening? But you know what I think, Reaper? I think that I've made your day. I think that I have said something to you, sir, that nobody, not your teachers, not your pastor, not your parents, respectfully, have ever even told you, sir. And I'm using Thomas Sankara's legacy to do so. You don't like the fact that I said that Thomas Sankara, he's not a beggar. You don't like that I said that he's not holding hands and singing We Shall Overcome. See, you don't like that. That doesn't make you comfortable. You don't like the fact that I praise Thomas Sankara over your historical figures who were beggars and crybabies, respectfully. You don't like that. You don't like the fact that I'm calling us out on our BS. You don't like that. You don't like the fact that Thomas Sankara wasn't a punk like so many leaders in America. You don't like the fact that I'm saying that your leaders were crybabies. That's what you don't like. So then you say, oh, you ain't saying much. Shut up. Reaper says, bruh, I went to Carnegie Mellon, good school. I have both my parents and working on the buy side. I make over 200,000 a year. Don't prejudge me as some downtrodden dude. I have it better than you, my guy. Now, if you're 16 years old, like I said before, listen to this. Reaper, Reaper literally was playing the victim card just 5 minutes ago. Somehow, in this society that he says white supremacy exists, we don't need to be self sufficient, blah, blah, blah. Somehow, in this society, he's managed to go to Carnegie Mellon, which is a great school. He's managed to make over 200,000 a year. And he's managed to not be downtrodden in society. Don't you see the BS right there? Don't you see it, 16, 17-year old? Don't you see what my generation is about and older people? You will have people my age with 5-bedroom homes working like a job like Reaper, and they'll tell you all about psyops, the media. They'll tell you all about the government dropped off guns in the inner city and blah blah blah. But somehow you managed to overcome all that. That's why this message isn't for older people. Salute to you, Reaper, and your family. And sir, you are better than me. Good for you, sir. Mike says Thomas Sankara and Trump are alike in many ways. Take care of your people and your country before worrying about the world. Oh, yeah, that was another great aspect of Thomas Sankara. Yeah, that was another great aspect of him. Thank you so much for the $2. I want to say Portuguese. Oh, that's a euro. Thank you so much, Fatty. Let me see. Being butterfly says it's the lack of respect and the arrogance that backs that ignorance up for me, a fool. I don't know if butterfly is talking about me, but I don't know. So she might have to retype that, I guess. But thank you so much. Mike says, "Why are you telling us how much money you make?" Well, Mike, you have to understand that this person, Reaper, he has to feel validated. You see, he'll sit there, he'll talk all about the white man society. He'll say the white man is bad, blah, 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 blah. But his very status symbol on success in life is what the white man is all about: capitalism, money, etc. Don't you see the hypocrisy? I'm about exposing hypocrisy. That's what he's doing, Mike. Reaper doesn't care about being a stand-up guy. He doesn't care about his community and being a very good black person. He cares about what makes the white man. He cares about what the white man thinks is important: money. That's what he told you. That's why he said, "Oh, I make 200,000 a year, my guy. I'm better than you." Okay, well, okay, you're better than me, sir. So what? You're proving my point. Emmanuel says, "CT, to make them feel worse, they don't know some slaves died as millionaires. They were born into slavery and died with millions in their bank account." I agree. Madam C.J. Walker, I think, was born into slavery, right? Reaper says, "When did I ever play the victim card? I literally preached being self sufficient. Go read my last comments. This guy is a clown." You ever notice in the black community, blacks are always calling other blacks clowns that are free thinkers, that think outside of the box, that don't have the same political views as you do. But the clowns are never the ones who are destroying the community. Like the gang bangers, the gang members, the drug dealers, the people who litter. Those aren't the clowns in the black community. So I want anybody who's young or anybody who's not black to really peep this out here. Peep out this dynamic. Reaper called me a clown. Pay my taxes. I've been a teacher. I've been a serial business owner. And I'm up here talking about one of the greatest black men in human history. But he called me a clown. Salute to you, Reaper. I hope all is well for you. Guys, the link is posted at the top. You guys can call in if you want. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Reaper says, "You are a clown because you are lying on my name." Laughing my ass out. Not cause uh using improper grammar. Not cause you preach against black degradation, which I am against as well. Absolutely. Reaper says, "You are a clown because you are skipping my comment to make lies on my statements." Well, Reaper, call in. I mean, damn, it's like it's too many people comment. I can't get to everybody. I didn't see yours, okay? Tiggy says, "All this smoke for CT, but no call in." See, they're not gonna call in, Tiggy. They're not gonna call in because, first of all, imagine all your life hearing about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King. Imagine hearing that all your life. And then somebody gets on screen and says, "This guy was better than Martin Luther King." I can understand why somebody's brain will go haywire. It'd be like, it's scrambled up. Like, what? What? They don't even know what to say. Because if they get up here, what they're going to want to do is they're going to want to tell you what Martin Luther King did, which was pretty much singing "We Shall Overcome," holding somebody's hand and walking down the street. But then when I say Thomas Sankara built a nation, built institutions, created courts, gave women rights, how can you call in to combat that? And then the young gentleman called in earlier and said, "Well, you're comparing Sankara to somebody who you can't you're comparing him to somebody who's not on the same level. I should have compared him to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad." But then, to be honest with the guy, more people know who MLK is than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did more. So I didn't want to compare him to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad because I wanted to compare him to somebody that everybody universally knows. Let me see. Yeah, they do want you to think that all we have is Martin Luther King. You are definitely true. Mm-hmm. They want you to think that. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. The Canadian dollar. Uh, Gary says, for my guy who makes 200,000, say in the super chat. A normal man says he makes $200,000 in a white country that's supposed to be racist. He running victim triathlons for no reason. Oh wow. Let's see. Let's see who else is in the chat. I want somebody to call in, man. Let me see. The joyous black woman says it's amazing how low someone will go for 168 YouTube viewers. People say anything nowadays. Uh, now, Anna, now wait a minute. Now hold on for a minute, Anna. Now you know that. Listen, I gotta honor the people's money. They banned you. Now, I don't want to break that promise with them. Now, Anna, hold on for a second. Now you were banned. You know it's up until January. I can't let you up. But thank you for coming. I know you want to say something, but I gotta honor the people's money. I'm sorry. Yeah. But put it in the private chat. Let me see what you're gonna say. Anna says, let me see. Let's see. Okay, hold on for a second. Yeah, Anna, I'm sorry, I can't let you up. I gotta respect the money that I mean they literally pay unless they pay to get you back on. So they would literally have to pay $2,000 to get you back up, and I don't think people are gonna do that today. Yeah. Buck says I did a clickbait for views. No, sir, I did not. I did not. This is a political show, and I was talking about a political figure named Thomas Sankara. It's not for views, sir. I don't need to have views. The Lapeef Network doesn't need views. They don't need to do clickbait. Guys, let's start a fund to get Anna back up. She is banned until January. But we can, like I said, if we can just start a fund, I'll keep score, the next few times I'm up here. Maybe we can get her back on before January, but it's $2,000 to get her back. Let's see. Reaper says, I give super chats to the Leaper show every time I'm on. I give more than $2, two Canadian dollars, mind G. Awesome. Now, the joyous black woman, I wanted to go back to her. She says, it's amazing how low someone can go for 168 YouTube views. People say anything nowadays. Now, the joyous black woman probably went to inner city public schools, probably grew up being bombarded with Martin Luther King talk. We shall overcome. walking down some street. I have a dream speech. It's just a speech. If the I have a dream speech meant anything, you wouldn't have the degradation in black culture. You wouldn't. If blacks really cared about what MLK said, if black people in America really cared about that speech, black people would be on par with the Jews. But the joyous black woman, you know as well as I do. You know as well as I do that blacks don't care about Martin Luther King. They don't care about that speech. Politics is about action and doing. Thomas Sankara was a doer. He didn't have to give a speech. He said, "This is how it's going to be. This is what we're going to do." And they did it. Martin Luther King gave a speech. The white man put it in a book, and the schools have been teaching you this since you've been a kid. That's the only reason why you like Martin Luther King and you care about this speech. Other than that, you don't live the life that he was talking about in that speech. We have a country where black men make up 3% of the US population. 3%. 3%. But commit half of the murders. You have a country where 80% of black 80% of black mothers are single mothers. Martin Luther King didn't mean nothing to black people. Oh yeah, you sing and dance about him. You celebrate his holiday one time out of the year. But if you really loved him, if you really loved King, if you really loved Martin Luther King, your life would be the embodiment of what he was talking about. Your life would be the embodiment of it. King taught peace. You niggas don't live in peace. King taught you to judge someone on the content of their character. You niggas love rappers more than you love black scientists, etc. There was a little black girl, she's 12 years old, got accepted in the medical school. Not one content creator did a video on the girl. Because you're doing videos on what's trending in black rap culture. Am I lying? You don't care about King. You never did care about King. You don't care about X. None of you care about Malcolm X. That's the truth. At least with Sankara, you could say legitimately that hey, he built this, etc. The French world loves him. The French-speaking world loves him. That's all I was saying. But you don't really love King, joyous black woman. Because joyous black woman, let me ask you this. If you were to call in right now, could you tell us and show us that your life revolves around King's teachings? Oh, wait. You don't love King. You don't love King. I had, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Some dude in the chat said, you won't say this, pretty much, you won't say this to me in public. I thought King taught peace. I'm just talking. But I thought Martin Luther King taught peace. Why would you want to? Why would you want to react violently? I thought you loved King's teachings. How much of a figure is King really to you when you don't live what he's talking about? At least the kids that I knew in college who loved Thomas Sankara, they in my opinion were the embodiment of Sankara. They still wore their traditional clothes. And you should have seen the tears coming down their eyes when just talking about them for 5 minutes. You didn't love Malcolm. You didn't love him because you would live his life. When I was in college, there were so many niggas. There were so many niggas I knew in college. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, man. Malcolm X. I'm like, Malcolm X? Nigga, you're doing drugs, you're drinking alcohol, and you trying to kick knowledge about X? Shameful. How much of a leader was he? So, Joy's black woman, you didn't love Martin Luther King. Sorry. Thank you so much, Tiggy. If anything, if anything, other groups of people, and I'm gonna say this, I'll see you in the back. If anything, other groups of people love King more than you do. I walk down streets after streets after streets. Only people acting a fool are people who look like this. Other groups of people, hey, how you doing? Hey, you know what? Hey, brother, how you doing? Man, don't say nothing to me, nigga. Don't say nothing to me, nigga. Tell me I'm lying. How about this? Tell Neely, is Neely Fuller lying? Because you don't respect me because I guess because I'm young, or you think that I'm being, you think this is satire? But Neely Fuller, he's a PhD, he's 80. Do you respect the fact that he says the same thing that I say? Or Thomas Sowell? Other groups of people practice peace. You don't. Did you follow King's politics? Did you follow X's politics? Malcolm X will be appalled by what black women are doing today. Tattooing their bodies up, walking around half-ass naked. Betty Shabazz didn't walk around half naked. Coretta Scott King didn't walk around half naked. Why are you doing it? I thought you loved Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. See, I think y'all don't like me because I exposed the BS. What's up, man? Oh, I didn't put Randy bring him up. What's up, man? Why aren't you on screen? You gotta be on screen. Yeah, he wants JR wants you on screen, man. Can you get on screen?
I wanted to stay in the back, bro. To be
honest, sir.
No, I understand. I'll jump off.
Okay, how about this? I'll let this one ride. Only this one. What's up?
No, I 100% agree with you.
Go ahead, sir.
Like I wrote in the back, there was a time when they said, hey, you know, we're gonna create a statue for King. You know, all black people love King so much, you figured they would have like sent this enormous amount of money to get him a statue. They couldn't even do that.
No.
They couldn't even do that. And a lot of people don't know when King died, he was hated by over 70% of blacks during his death. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I've heard of stories like that. Go ahead. You got the floor.
We need, I'm gonna push back a little bit. We need chaotic. We need the boogeyman. Like
what do you mean by that?
You ever heard they say during the war times we need it because that's what unifies our country, the red and blue, Democrats and Republicans.
Go ahead.
So the issue is the boogeyman has lost his power. You understand what I'm saying? During Jim Crow, you know, when you get out of line, they hit you in your head.
Go ahead.
They put you down. They embarrassed you. So that made you build with your own kind. Once you take that power away from the boogeyman, they kept the boogeyman there in saying by name, but they don't fear it. So they're out there doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
They're never, if you really look at it, I feel like it's really over. Like there's no way to bring it back. You know, we got rap, you know, our kids are not reading, grade level. We got rap culture. We got girls twerking. We got girls having pregnancies at young age. We are feminizing men, bro. It's over. They've won, and everything they always say is the white man. Dang, this white man is undefeated, chaotic. Everything this white man has done has worked. Has worked. A lot of people don't even know that during slavery, when the Africans sold us into slavery, they wanted alcohol as return. That's why Africa is so poor. They wanted rum. What happens when you drink all the rum? You have nothing left. They had nothing left. They could have said, you know what, we're gonna give you slaves, but hey, give us all these guns. Or teach us this. Teach us how to build that. Do this. At least they would have had something at the end.
Yeah.
They only had rum. They got drunk.
Yeah.
And then after the rum ran out, they realized, oh crap, we screwed up.
Mano, look at what Normal Man said in the chat. He said FBA does not really love their ancestors. They just ride their coattails and say what their ancestors did, but they ain't doing ish.
100% agree.
This is a very profound thing that Normal Man just said. Statement. He's right. This is why I do these shows.
I agree.
Thomas Sankara is revered even to this day in Burkina Faso. Revered. When Burkinabe or people from Burkina Faso come to the States, the students that I knew were, they're successful because they are here a lot of the times, obviously, to have a better life, but they don't want to disappoint their country. They don't want to disappoint what Sankara stood for.
Right.
But the very same blacks will get mad at me for comparing to ML King. You ain't doing nothing for ML Kings.
Nothing.
You have nothing.
Nothing. And you could compare it to religion too. 85% of blacks believe in Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Are they emulating what Jesus Christ taught in the Bible?
I've only met one Christian in my entire life. I mean, that literally was the embodiment of what Christ taught. Literally, yeah, what I thought was the embodiment. But go ahead, though.
Right. They only use these things, man. I guess they use it to make them feel better. You know what I mean? They just go to church Sunday and then it's chaos from Monday to Saturday night.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's over, man. I don't think we could bring it back. But I understand what you're saying. And, you bringing up some good points to make people think. It's our culture is trash, man. Like Anton said, our culture is trash, bro.
Jonathan wants me to ask you, did the MLK Jr. was hated? You said that, I believe it was you that said, no, it wasn't Mano that said that. But
you can look, it's in a book by Tavis Smiley. I forgot what book it was, but Tavis Smiley was actually very close to MLK. And he wrote about his last, I think, 2 years. His last 2 years wasn't really celebratory. That's the word I would use. He was depressed. A lot of his, a lot of people that he was following turned their backs against him. So, a lot of people don't read and they don't know these things. So yeah, the last 2 years of his life wasn't great for him. Because he had made a comment, I think, about the Vietnam War, and that, ruffled some feathers. Even, the whites did not like that as well. So the country was mad at him.
People got mad at me about a year ago, my good sir. Now, I'm not likening Maya Angelou to MLK at all. But I am likening MLK to Maya Angelou on the sense of ancestor worship. And this is why ancestor worship is bad. I did a video about Maya Angelou. And you may not have known about this. I don't know how old you are. Are you in your 20s, sir?
37, 38.
What do you know of Maya Angelou?
For me, I know she's an activist, a black activist, who, wrote a lot of books and was famous for a poem.
What if I told you, sir, that Maya Angelou was a sex trafficker?
Mm.
You don't know that, do you?
No,
What
I
if,
didn't.
what if I told you that Maya Angelou was a pimp?
Mm.
What if
I
I told
mean,
you that Maya Angelou was a prostitute?
I mean, I could believe that
Now,
because,
here goes the thing. She was. She wrote 5 biographies. She
uh-huh,
talked all about her prostitution. She talked all about her pimping days. The black community in America
uh-huh,
reveres this woman.
yeah,
Could you
yeah,
imagine how insane this is?
yeah,
This woman got old. She couldn't sell pussy anymore. She started writing some crappy poetry, and black people are revering this woman. It is absolutely fascinating considering the fact that black people don't care about prostitutes. Black people don't care about crackheads and dope fiends. But why is it these ones? Because the media and books are giving you these ancestors to worship.
right,
That's what it is. Now, of course, I'm not likening her to Martin Luther King, but you could almost say, what did Martin Luther King really do besides march?
right,
What did he really do? Did he build anything? No. So we worship ancestors that don't do anything. But then when you introduce another ancestor who did stuff, then you get a lot of backlash. This is why I don't talk to old people. I talk to younger people because a younger person would appreciate somebody 19 would say, I never heard. Somebody who grew up I taught school before in the
mm-hmm,
States. So imagine an 18-year-old kid who had never heard about Sankara, never heard about Kwame Nkrumah. If you tell them these things, they'll say, man, I never heard of these people, man. They're black like me. They kind of look like me. And they built stuff.
right.
And we always, and don't black people love saying we built stuff. We built the pyramid. We built,
We built America.
Thomas Sankara. Yeah, we built America, right?
We built America.
He built stuff. Why not revere him? Then you get the tether comments, the non-FBA comments. It's fascinating. But go ahead, sir.
No,
You heard
that's
about Maya Angelou, did you?
no, I didn't know that, but
She wrote
I can
about it.
believe that. I can
Mhm.
believe that. Even about Harriet Tubman. A lot of people don't know there was actually a guy who freed way more slaves than she did.
Sir,
But
even with the Harriet Tubman thing, even with this, you have women right now, sir, that won't even go out in the damn rain. You expect me to believe that this woman had an Elmer Fudd musket saving niggas? Stop. And this is what I'm saying. We are given, we are manipulated politically.
right,
To a degree, we manipulate ourselves. We take away logic and reasoning, and we pedestalize people that, in my opinion, shouldn't even be pedestalized.
absolutely.
It defies the law of physics. What 5'4" woman has reasonable amount of strength to even do some of the feats that you're taught about this woman? But
Yeah,
then you will never hear about a Thomas Sankara. You'll never hear about people who actually were building. Thomas Sankara used to literally, I'm talking about physically build with, he literally, obviously it was, but he was out there building the railroads with his people while he was the president. He was building stuff with the people. But you don't hear about that in the
right.
States. Go ahead, though. You have the floor.
You can see we're lost. Like the Uncle Tom thing. I mean, in 2022, people still don't have that story right. They still call you an Uncle Tom, not knowing Uncle Tom is actually the good guy. Like the logic within our community, man, it's backwards. There's people out there that's giving money for, Planned Parenthood, and yet we're celebrating, that as they care about black people. They're giving money for you to kill off your own kind. And logically they don't realize, oh, why would they give money, you know, put it in a package saying it's woman empowerment for me to get rid of my own kind? Like we gotten rid of 13 million potentials.
Yeah.
13 million potentials. I mean, these could have been our scientists, mathematicians, engineers. Could have been the person that solve whatever atoms or whatever string theory, something. But we'll never know. And they're fighting to continue to be able to get rid of our own kind. Logic is backwards, man.
And thank you so much for sharing that. All I'm saying is, and the reason for this show is to inform people about other African people, other than the ones that you know of, politically speaking, who had an influence over a populace.
Right.
And Thomas Sankara was this person. That's all I'm saying. Again, I'm not, listen, Martin Luther King was great at begging the government for civil rights. That's fine. I'm not knocking that, but that's essentially what he was doing. He
Right.
was begging the white man to like him. And I know people are gonna say you don't have to say it that way. Well, how else would you like me to say it? He was
And he had
begging
a
whites.
and,
Go ahead.
and he had pushback too. A lot of people don't realize that.
On the end, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people in his camp was telling him, "I don't think this is necessarily a good idea," because they were thinking, in the future. Okay, what happens when the boogeyman actually goes away? That means that now there's no one left there to actually control our people. Because we were thriving, even in Jim Crow. We were thriving. We owned our own businesses.
Yep.
We did business with each other. We never went out, so our money circulated within our own communities, and we're getting rich. And a lot of people may hate this, but maybe segregation for a little while longer probably would have done us some good.
I'm listening. Go ahead, sir.
Because if you look at a lot of the Caribbean countries that are predominantly black, that recently got their independence you know from European countries, they're thriving, man. There's no sitting down, drinking beer, getting high, killing each other. They're civilized. They're building. Their country is not in shambles. Look at I'm Haitian, but look at Haiti. Haiti got his independence early in the game. They never learned how to actually run a country. So this is one of their problems now. They don't know how to run anything.
Yeah,
So it's crazy, man.
it is. Ephraim says Thomas Sankara was ahead of his time, and he was taken out by the colonialist French. No, he was taken out by Blaise Compaoré, who was a black man and who was working on they believe behalf of the French interest. But look what happened. A black sold out and killed his own brother.
It's always
But
black.
but Ephraim might be from West Africa though. But go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
It's always black. Uh, Fred Hampton, who who gave the FBI the actual blueprints of where he would be? Black person. Malcolm X, who actually got rid of him? Black people. We we are our own best and worst enemy at the same time, and I just don't get it. I just don't
Keenan
get it.
Keenan says MLK was begging white people to like him. Oh yeah, that's the end. At that time, his people were still subjects of Jim Crow and couldn't even vote. He fought to be equal, not like. No, sir, Keenan. Keenan. Let's be completely honest, sir. I'm gonna have to put you on mute, man. Keenan, let's be honest, sir. I don't know how old you are, but you might be a little bit young. You might be in your 20s. MLK and so many other blacks believed that the white man's ice was colder. They wanted to be light. They wanted to be liked, sir. It was never about equality. They wanted to be able to eat at the same restaurants with whites. They wanted to be able to be amongst whites. They wanted to be able to be accepted into white culture. Whites don't give a damn and never have gave a damn about being equal to blacks, about being accepted in black groups, etc. Because they just make their own stuff. They do their own thing. King wanted to be liked. It's the truth, man. And I know it's hard to accept this. I know it's hard. Trust me, I do. And it's hard even for me to even talk about these things, considering that this is my fraternity brother. But the truth is the truth. You even have this to this day. Black people love white people, even when they do you wrong, supposedly. Black people love living around white people. Black people love working for white people. Black people want to be accepted and liked by whites. Even to the point where a person like myself will say, "Well, if these people are so racist and they don't view you as equal, why don't you just make your own stuff?" I mean, no, it's my country. I'll stay here. Other groups of people aren't like that, Keenan. Keenan, trust me, man. You sound like you're young, but Keenan, the whole purpose of a King Sankara comparison is to show you that one man wanted to be self-sufficient and pretty much isolationist, and another man wanted to be a part of a culture that literally, according to history, was sicking dogs on them, using water hoses on them, and pretty much telling them we don't care about you. They wanted to be liked, man. MLK wanted to be liked.
Can I interject?
Go ahead, sir.
You said, one of the solutions would be to do business with one another, meaning keeping it black.
Correct.
There's actually an issue with that as well.
Go ahead.
And at least from my experience, and I've heard this online from a lot of other people. I had a tree in my backyard.
Go ahead.
It's not a fruit tree, so I'm like, you know what? Let me get rid of this tree. My wife doesn't want it. We'll get rid of it. I got a white guy to come out, gave me a quote. He was high. First thing he told me, look, that tree is huge, and you know I'm really fearful for your gate. So I would 100% protect your gate. Everything like that. I was like, you know what? Let me just go black and get a black person to cut the tree. Now the black person, I said, hey, I didn't. He didn't tell me about the gate. I told him, hey, watch my gate. He's like, yeah, sure, I got you. No problem. No worries. All right, he's cutting the gate. He's cutting the gate. He's cutting the tree. I go out there. Guess what? My gate is ruined. Right? My gate is gone. I'm like, hey, what the hell? You told me nothing will happen. So no, it's just the gate is fine. Mind you, never came in to say, hey, I may drop the tree on your gate. Is that okay? Never asked me anything, just dropped it. I was like, all right, look, you can't fix the gate. I'm going to take some money that I was going to pay you to cut the tree, and I'll get the gate fixed.
Yes, sir.
Got another white contractor for the gate. I said, you know what? Let me go black. I got a black guy to come in. He was a little bit cheaper. I won't lie. He told me, yeah, man, don't worry. I'll get it done in 2 days. It was Friday. I gave him half of the money on Friday. Yeah. Saturday, Sunday, gate, good, fixed. I'm like, all right, cool. 3 weeks later, he fixed the gate. Going black, bro, even with business, you may have to put up with not getting the best quality and or not getting the work done when agreed to. So going black, business-wise, has its drawback.
I agree with you. And it's unfortunate, but it's something that we're going to have to, if we really believe in these going black and all this, we're really going to have to
Accept
work through the incompetence and try to fix the incompetence and call the incompetence out. Because I agree with you. Going to a black restaurant, they never have something on the item, etc. I agree with you. or
Yeah.
sometimes the work is shady or incompetent. So we have to fix that. And what the white man has done is that, he created regulations, and a set of standards that, are a part of guidelines by the state or city, like, you can't do this or you have to do this. So we have to create like maybe regulations or something. I don't know. I mean, there's ways to fix it. And like I said before, we're gonna have to look. Thomas Sankara. I don't know if people were incompetent back then or not. They probably were, some of them, but it was still the idea that these people were initiated. Jordan says Thomas Sankara. I don't know much about him, but I will do my research. But chaotic, you are literally tearing down blacks in order to big him up. You are doing the very thing that hurts black culture, sir. I'll tell you what's hurting black culture: black on black crime. When blacks murder each other, when blacks rob from each other, that's hurting the black culture. Me coming on the Lapeef Network to do Lapeef politics and to speak to a few hundred people in the chat, I'm not hurting black culture, sir. What's hurting black culture is black women twerking on TikTok. What's hurting black culture is black women becoming baby mamas. What's hurting on TikTok is black men not taking care of their kids. I'm not hurting black culture at all. Jordan, I find what you said very offensive, but that's totally fine. Salute to you, sir. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
How could we blame white supremacy for a black person picking up a gun and killing someone that has the same struggles, same issues, look practically the same? Like, how could you blame that on white supremacy and not on the person? I mean, I really don't get it, man. And I'm from the hood, and I got out. I knew the only way to get out the hood was going to school, getting an education. I entered into the STEM field. I became a programmer, and I make over 100K. And I found someone that doesn't get on my nerves, who was perfect. Got married, started a family. Nuclear family is where it's at. I always knew that I grew up in a single mother household.
Yes, sir.
And she did what she could. I was a boy turned into a man, so a lot of things she couldn't teach me, but she did the best that she could. But I didn't want to be like my friends, man. It was tough. One day playing in the park with a friend, and then the next week that friend is gone. Like you don't see them anymore. And these are the kids you went to kindergarten with. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people may not like it, but these was like my brothers. We shared sodas together, played in the park for hours, did all kinds of crazy stuff together. And then one day not seeing that person, and it wasn't like a 1 year type of thing. It was like every few months someone would get hit, and then you never see them again. And it was traumatic, man. Growing up in the hood with gunshots all day, you become numb to it. I remember I was in a park one time, and there was a shootout between two guys. We were in the park watching two guys shoot at each other. There was kids in the park looking. Nobody actually ran to get out of there. We were just watching a shootout. So it's crazy, man. Our culture is trash, man.
Well, thank you so much, Mano. Mano, somebody has a question for you, real quick. You want to answer this question? Okay, I don't know where Mano just went. Guys, please I'll go ahead. Somebody has a question for you. Reaper has a question for you.
I mean, what kind of question is that? I mean, if you go to a restaurant, you get bad service. You complain and you don't eat there anymore. But the problem is there's so many of these stores in black communities. Like if you get upset at one, you just go to the other one. I mean, realistically, the money never really goes to a black-owned business. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's millions of Chinese restaurants in black communities. If one is selling rat, you just go to the next one. I mean, there's not a lot of black food options in the hood. And then the ones you go to, you get worse service because these are the people that look like you. I mean, they don't value your money. Your money is what actually makes that business run. So you should be courteous to your customers, regardless. So that's it.
I'm listening.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just didn't get that question at all. That question didn't make sense.
I also want to point out that at Jonathan, I had totally forgot about this, but President Eisenhower signed the first Civil Rights Act of 1957 into law. And you know, Jonathan, I know you can't call in. Thank you so much, Mano. I'm not trying to diminish what King did. Um, let's be honest, King, the Civil Rights Act would have been implemented into law regardless if MLK existed or not. King was the face of it, but prior to that, blacks still were thriving in the country. Blacks still were were educated, landowners, etc. And again, I'm not downplaying MLK. I'm not at all. I'm just trying to tell somebody young who doesn't know about Sankara who Sankara was. Gary with the $5 super chat says, "Chaotic, do a poll on, excuse me, how many people in the chat know who William Steele is?" I will. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Let's see. Reaper says, "CT, you said you praise white people, but you were on Lapeef saying how great Jewish women are. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. I have no idea what you're talking about." Jonathan says, "I might just pause on working Cam up though, because as much as I absolutely love CT, he got me tight with some of his narrative." Wow. FBA ancestry love whites. They was willing to die just to be near pale skin. Oh wow. Keenan says you are not playing. You're not downplaying MLK. You said he didn't do anything but march. Sounds like downplaying to me, sir. Again, we're talking about a man who was a nation builder, and I was comparing him to MLK, who was just marching. I could compare him to Medgar Evers. I could compare him to Jesse Jackson. I mean, what I'm saying is that the character of MLK is presented to you for a specific reason, and the reason may not be a good reason. And all I was saying earlier was, why were you not presented with a Thomas Sankara? That's all I was saying. Let's see. K Alpha says, "Would you rather blacks follow the nation building model of the US or Israel?" I would definitely prefer US. I mean, obviously, right? Reaper says, "You were on the show with Kay saying how delightful Jewish women are to their men. This guy is a legit liar. How crazy point." Well, Reaper, it's the truth. There's nothing, I mean, I didn't lie about that. It's the honest to God's truth. And Reaper, call in if you don't agree with that. You can call into the show, sir. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. I've seen it. I've been around it. I live around Jews. They are delightful women. They are. Keenan says this guy walk and talk. You're talking about Charles Taylor, who literally was. I mean, he's in the penitentiary now. You're comparing a sociopath maniac who destroyed a country, him and his son, to a man who was benign. I mean, okay, I never bigged up Charles Taylor. I never bigged up any other presidents other than Jerry Rawlings and Patrice Lumumba. I never bigged up Charles Taylor. I know everything about Charles Taylor. I know what happened in Liberia under Charles Taylor rulership, and it was terrible. Ephraim says, CT, is it possible that Caucasians think MLK is a push forward because he was less radical compared to Malcolm X? Correct. I've always said that. I've always said that. You got to think about this, right? Malcolm X, before he split with the Nation of Islam, was talking about separation from whites. He was talking about nation building. He was talking about, every facet of life that goes within a nation. He was talking about building institutions, creating industries, etc. King wasn't talking about that. The whites, or I guess the powers that be, would rather push the image of an MLK on TV than obviously a Malcolm X. So yeah, he was less radical than Malcolm X. Yeah, let them eat at the restaurants with us. Sign some civil rights act. They can eat at the table with us. Yeah, they can. Yeah. Let's make a law that says we hire them. Yeah. See, that's what King was doing. I'm still reading the comments, guys. Salute to everybody in the chat. Ephraim says, absolutely, CT. Thanks so much, my brother. Thank you so much, Ephraim. Yeah, guys, like I said before, man, you know, research a lot of, all I'm saying is just research a lot of these characters and ask yourself, why is it that Garvey or Elijah Muhammad is not in the textbooks for these kids, but King is? Yeah, ask yourself these questions. Reaper says this guy thinks having a pen in his hand makes him smart. No, sir, that's what you think about me. I never said that. That's what you think about me. But see, this is why I keep on saying, like, these conversations aren't for our age group and older. You think that about me. I don't think that. Let's see. Reaper says, ask yourself why. Okay, K Alpha says, give me about 5 minutes. I would gladly cam up. Okay, I'll see you then. Reaper says, ask yourself, why would you compare a leader of a country to everyday citizens? Oh my God. You're missing the point, Reaper. You're missing the point. The point is that you have two men. Excuse me, guys. Is there something in my eye? Oh, excuse me. You have two. Excuse me. Hold on for 1 second, guys. You have two men. One of them is someone you've never heard of, and the other one is somebody you have heard of, but they're both black. But why is it that you never heard of this black guy, but you heard of this black guy? How come? And if you look at the achievements of one and you say, well, how come we didn't learn about this guy? This guy was a nation builder. He was the very same thing that the other guy was talking about being, but this guy was actually that person. Jordan says, I've been kind of off today. I usually have good points, but why can't all this people be celebrated without tearing one down? Classic black people for you. I'm not tearing down anybody, sir. I'm just trying to tell you that, hey, man, Sankara might be somebody that somebody should look into. Sankara was a nationalist, and according to TV, all nationalists are bad. Let me see who else is in the chat. And when Bush says all these black fraternities can come together to build a rite of passage program for the youth. They could. They could, M. Winbush. All right, let's see who else is in the chat. Reaper says, I don't even rock with MLK. What is that? ZAR. I think that's let me see. What currency is ZAR? What currency is ZAR? That is a South African rand. Thank you for the South African rand. I don't know what that is though. Let me do the math on that. Let me see. Oh, it's about $4. Okay, thank you so much. Uh, it says, "What's your take on Sankara?" That some African countries try to implement. The clause is as follows: Presidents, senators, all statesmen must use public servants, public transports, hospitals. Uh, yeah, that's exactly what Sankara wanted. He wanted the politicians to be involved in all aspects of public life. So you're correct. I think that's a good idea. I don't know if that'll work in America, but I think that that's a good idea in Africa. I don't. I highly doubt it'll work there. I mean, I highly doubt it'll work in America. You know, people in America. You know, to be honest with you, you know, some politicians are too high profile to even use public transportation. You know, you can't have a mayor of a city on a public bus or anything like that. It's not going to happen. Not in America. It's not going to happen. Thank you so much for the South African $35. This is to ensure that all public servants are at the same level for the people. Yeah, that's not going to happen here in America, unfortunately. Yeah. Give me a second. Black Thought says, sorry, CT, these conversations aren't for Black Americans because they can't be real and honest about anything besides American slavery. I stopped talking to Black Americans a long time ago. Yeah. I'm still waiting for this guy to call in. A normal man says, he says FBA waiting for Tariq Nasheed to save them. Like, yeah, Tariq Nasheed is a big race hustler, and he's been playing blacks like a fiddle for a long time. It's sickening. Buck says we don't learn about Thomas Sankara. Says we don't learn about we don't learn about because Thomas Sankara is Africa's history. Do you think Africans are taught about MLK in Africa? Oh my God in heaven. I'm not trying to talk about. Oh man, never mind, man. Just never mind. Just forget it. Ephraim says, just like what is going on in the continent of Africa today, the Malian actually chased the French out their country, but you won't see that on TV. But all you see is the Ukraine agenda. Hmm, okay. What do you guys think about Biden's speech from the other day as well? Hey guy, I can't wait forever, man. You're gonna have to call in. Come on, man. I'm about to get up out of here if you're not calling in. Keenan says, then turn around and act like ADOS people don't like them, and when they start, hold on for a second. Oh, here it is. Reaper says this is clown crap. Some idiot pontificating and putting down Black Americans to look like the different guy that lying about his premises guy is a buffoon. All right, K Alpha, what's up, man?
All right, peace. Sorry about that. I was just getting off of work.
Oh, go ahead, man.
So yeah, man, I just wanted to, I know that you saw me commenting in the chat, and I saw you very strategically kind of skipping around, but
It's too many. It's a lot of. Trust me, I wasn't missing you. It's just a lot of people talking. Go ahead.
okay, I understand. So I'll start by asking you the question: how important do you think political science is to this discussion?
Well, it should be important. I mean, yeah. I mean, especially someone who actually has a political science background. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely, as do I. And the reason why I ask that question is because oftentimes I notice when it comes to conversations about uh, the supposed failures of Black American leaders, the the uh, the reality of political science and the tactics that have been employed gets glossed over to the point when we're speaking historically on what Black leaders and Black organizations in America have had to deal with, and some have succumbed to those strategies of the United States government. It gets passed off as, oh, you're just making excuses, or oh, you're just scared, or oh, you're just fearful, when it's just a matter of speaking facts of the fact that non-governmental organizations, as well as uh, subsidiaries of governments, exist, and they do things strategically. If I can, I just want to read this quote by Thomas Sankara. He said, "Imperialism is a system of exploitation that occurs not only in the brutal form of those who come with guns to conquer territory. Imperialism often occurs more in more subtle forms: alone, food aid, blackmail. We are fighting this system that allows a handful of men on earth to rule all of humanity." So he's speaking on on uh on international and national strategies that are employed on the behalf of a few, and is not based on boots on the ground, guns and blood. It's based on policies and implementations that are not explicitly violent, but they are still successful in dismantling the opposition. And to acknowledge that it's not a matter of creating a boogeyman, or saying, okay, this exists, the CIA or M16 exists, and therefore there's no point in even trying. It's simply to say, okay, this exists, now we know. Because the reality is that, as I was speaking before, those organizations that were infiltrated, the Black Panthers, for example, they didn't know about the FBI. They didn't know about COINTELPRO. Things were happening in real time. We can look back in hindsight and say, um, uh, uh, um, J. Edgar Hoover and these types existed, and they were putting moles in these organizations to dismantle them from within. We have that hindsight now to say this is what happened then, and this is what we need to look out for to prevent it from happening in the future. And I'll just end up on this point to let you respond. Black Lives Matter, I don't even put that in this conversation at all. It's not worth the time, because I don't consider it from its foundation a Black organization. It's a Black facing organization, but I do not consider it a Black organization because of how it was founded and how it is funded. And as Malcolm X used to say, the difference between a Black movement and a Negro movement. If he were alive today, he would consider the Black Lives Matter organization as a quote unquote Negro movement and not a Black movement, because it's not a grassroots Black funded and Black founded organization.
Mm.
So we agree. We agree on many things. I really believe that we do. Listening to a lot of what you say, brother, I do believe that we agree on many things. But but when you take certain turns, you take certain pivots where it's like you're going in the right direction, but I have to disagree with you on certain points. So
Let me ask you a question. How do you know COINTELPRO is real?
How do I know that COINTELPRO is real? I know that COINTELPRO is real because the organizations that I've studied, scholarly research, as well as lived in these various cities and communities where those organizations existed, I see the former glory of them and the reality of it. Not only Nation of Islam, headquartered in Chicago, not only Black Panthers, again, Chicago, but even street gangs, Chicago, where COINTELPRO literally went in and sent messages, one gang to the other, well, under the cover, pretending to be one gang or the other, instigating feuds that ended up in men dying.
All right, let me ask you this then. Can it be argued that if the gang, let's assume you're correct, right? Let's assume you're correct about what you're saying about COINTELPRO. If the gang never existed, would they be able to infiltrate?
No.
Okay. So, just hear me out. Give me some rope here.
Okay.
Aren't we just as complicit? Because it's not like the gangs were, it's not like the gangs were starting math tutoring sessions on Thursdays. It's not like the gangs were accumulating money to build real estate or anything like that. I mean, we're talking about individuals who are street fighting. So, I mean, what were they doing productive in the first place? So why should we even care? So that's a question I have to ask you. So what should I care about what gangs are doing? And
okay,
COINTELPRO.
Oh, sorry. So you want to speak specifically about the street gangs, and you want to take it off of the non-gang black organizations that were founded in the 1900s. The reason why it's important to note COINTELPRO and local law enforcement organizations involvement in that. I'm sorry. Am I
I'm
saying
sorry.
something?
I'm looking at the chat, man. I should be paying attention to you. I'm reading the chat, man. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Oh, this guy just watched Black Messiah. Actually, no, sir.
I was actually in that
I'm
movie,
well
by the
versed
way.
in the.
I was actually in the Black Messiah.
Really, what was your role?
I was it was like 2 seconds. I was a part of the gang. I had a gun. That was it. I was part of that one gang. You gotta really watch it again. Like the first 25 minutes, you will see me in there.
That's dope. That's
I
dope.
didn't have a
That's dope.
role at all. I was just Let me ask you this: how come COINTELPRO didn't stop that little 12-year-old girl from getting accepted into medical school?
Why didn't COINTELPRO stop a 12-year-old girl from getting into medical school?
Yeah.
That's actually a great question.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
What was and is the uh the goals, the aim, and the strategies of COINTELPRO? It was to infiltrate and to dismantle organizations, not people, not individuals, not one person, but to dismantle movements, organizations that could potentially cause a threat to the status of the United States government and local government organizations. That was their goal. So what would one individual, one 12-year-old girl, conceivably cause to the structure of the United States government? None. And that would be my answer to your question of why.
What if hear me out for a minute. What if we're creating all these boogeymen, these monsters under the bed? What if this is what's really keeping us behind? You know, what if, hold on, just give me a second. These are all just what ifs. For example, I'll give you a good example, right? Do you know how many people I've talked to who have said that the white man used to beat us, and all because they watched Amistad? They've created this monster in their head. It's not even real. Just like with COINTELPRO. Now, you're telling me that COINTELPRO went after these organizations. Well, if these organizations were so intact, how did they get infiltrated? I'm just trying to figure this out. If these organizations were this so intact and they had a great command structure, you mean to tell me that these organizations with these people who are some sort of reasonable intelligence, you mean to tell me that they allowed one or two people to create subterfuge?
One or two people?
Yeah.
Well, that's if you believe that one or two people could dismantle or national organizations. But to answer your main question, you know, as a child, I didn't know that 1+1 = 2 until I was taught math. Until I was taught that 1+1 = 2. A man does not know a thing until he's taught a thing, either formally taught or through experience. And if your suggestion is that these organizations could have prevented infiltration by knowing that infiltration was going to be there, that's to ignore historical context, which is my point of coming back up. is to say that if we're going to have intentional and honest intellectual dialogue, then we should do so around historical accuracy, to know what was, know what is, so that we can know what will be. It really doesn't make sense that you're suggesting, and perhaps you're just doing this play out devil's advocate. I truly don't know, but to suggest that these organizations, if these organizations were so great and so formidable, then how could they have been infiltrated for the same reason that any government has ever been infiltrated? You think that the United States doesn't have their agents in nations right now in this very day? And I
Sir,
don't just mean
sir,
the third world countries. I'm talking about in the
sir,
Republic of China. I'm talking about in Britain. I'm talking about in Japan, etc. And you don't think that they have their emissaries here on
sir,
United States soil?
sir,
Does that mean that they're not formidable
sir,
organizations? I'm
sir,
sorry, country nations. Go ahead. Go ahead.
sir.
Go ahead.
This is why I don't like talking to. Not, hey, I rock with you, but this is why I don't like talking to old people, millennials, etc. You guys have created this boogeyman. I don't believe in white supremacy. I don't believe that the white man or this government is just doing all of these things. If this government was truly doing all of these things, not only would that be absolutely terrifying, but I will be hauling ass out of here. And if these things are happening, why aren't millions of people just saying, you know what? The way to end this is just leave. Other groups of people have left tyranny. If you're telling me that if I start a group and that the FBI would send in people to create subterfuge and all of this, that is absolutely terrifying. I just don't believe that these people have that kind of power, are willing to do
This
it.
is
Go ahead, sir.
this is why I love speaking to brothers like you, because it gives me an opportunity to showcase why that very mentality that you're articulating
Yeah,
is so misguided. And believe me, I'm not here to insult you. I do love
no,
you
go
as a
ahead.
brother, but it's misguided in the sense that if you look if to say hypothetically that the devil is real and that's the reason why you need to stay holed up in your room and never leave and never do anything, they say that the fearful, the afraid, they're gonna have their place in a lake of fire. I'm not asking, and the masses of black people don't need some scared to death, quaking in his boots Negro who's afraid to go up against the powers of this world to do what's necessary for his family, for his community, and for his people, and for the future. That's not what this conversation is about. So if you or anybody else
Yeah,
believes that to say that the FBI exists or the CIA or governmental international infrastructures and strategies don't actually exist and it's all a boogeyman, if you believe that 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 is just all a matter of trying to make you fearful and that's the reason why you need to stay home, then yeah, you stay home, or yeah,
yeah,
you leave and never look back. But I guarantee you this, and you'll find this in any history book, that there is not one great power that was ever created on any corner of this planet that was founded by scared to death, quaking in their boots,
yeah,
black men, red men, yellow men, red men, or white men.
yeah,
They were they were they were uh, they were courageous individuals, men who said, "I don't give a damn if the opposition outnumbers me 5-1. I'm gonna go in and do what I need to do." And that's what this conversation has to lead to. Let's get over the fear. Let's get over the misinformation. Let's get over the fear tactics. Let's get over the fearfulness of the big bad government gonna get us. It ain't about that. It's about saying yes, the government exists. Yes, the government has various ways to do different things. Now, how are you going to address that? How are you going to overcome that? That's my point.
Good point.
Go ahead, brother.
Um, I see the chat, guys. Thank you so much, guys. I think I'm gonna end it here, guys. Please, K Alpha is onto something. Um, this was not a debate tonight. This wasn't an argument. I don't
No,
want you
not
guys.
at all.
Yeah, I don't want you guys to necessarily agree with everything that I said in the chat. I just want you guys to go and look up Thomas Sankara. Just go look him up. That's it. That's all I said. That's what I said from the get go. Just look him up and tell me, because I know they didn't teach this in your inner city schools. I'm assuming some of you went to inner city schools. But yeah, they didn't teach this, and I just wanted to do a show on Thomas Sankara. Let me see. Mike says Sankara was making changes in his country, and a greedy black man killed him. Yeah, Blaise Compaore. Yeah, that's true. Keenan says, so the crack epidemic happened by accident. A drug was introduced to a group of people that had little to no resources across an entire country at the exact time. Ah, Keenan. See, this is how I know Keenan is 21 years old. Keenan, blacks. Do you think, Keenan, that blacks automatically just started using drugs in the 80s, sir? Blacks were doing drugs, sir, before the 80s. Blacks were winos in the 50s and the 60s. Blacks were doing reefer mad. What do you think reefer madness comes from, Keenan? We were not this angelic people, Keenan, and no boogeyman was putting crack in the black community, sir, other than black people. Stop it, Keenan. Go ahead, Chaos. And who forced
I
them to
got
do
nothing
crack?
right now. I'm sorry. What you said, brother?
Keenan, now, I was talking to Keenan in chat. Keenan, let me ask you a question. Keenan, I hope you can call in because I know you're about 23, 24. Keenan, was there a FBI agent going up to these doors of these people's homes and with a gun to their head, forcing them to do crack, sir? Go ahead, K Alpha.
You know, I'm really. It's kind of weird. So, are you saying that it has to be one or the other? That either it has to be all the government's fault or all our fault? Can we not have a multifaceted conversation on the basis of accountability and responsibility? That we
I
have a
think
responsibility to not
and
do nonsense on our own, and the government has to take account for its role in
I
contributing to our condition. Can we not talk about both things simultaneously?
K Alpha, in my opinion, sir, I believe that the United States government is the greatest institution on the planet, sir. I believe that if it were not for this country, we would be living in mud huts in Africa, shucking spears at each other, running around naked. That's what I truly believe. I think it's a blessing that the European colonized Africa and enslaved most African people, sir. I believe it was an absolute blessing. When I was younger, K Alpha, you would have never heard me say these types of things before, sir. But I believe that these people civilized the planet. And I believe that if it was not for these people, sir, you would not be in this country. This country has provided for most black people to live a life of luxury that your ancestors that didn't live in Africa for 100,000 years. Sir, this country is the greatest country on the planet. And if there's ever been any subterfuge of any little groups, so be it. One or two, three groups doesn't mean anything compared to all the luxuries that blacks in this country have lived through, sir. And all I'm saying is that, listen, if we want to be self-sufficient that we've always been proclaiming to be, look at Thomas Sankara. If we're not going to look at Thomas Sankara, if we don't want to be self-sufficient, then just enjoy the fruits of this country. This country has done everything possible to uplift not only black people, but whites as well. This country provides for free education. You go to any library on any corner, free schools. You get free food in schools. You get welfare if you're too lazy to work. This country is the greatest country on the planet, sir. So even if the government has sent in boogeymen to subterfuge some groups, you know what? Now I think about it, so what? This is the greatest country on the planet. Nobody, I rarely ever meet anybody who says, you know what? It's racism in this country. I'm gonna leave. Never met anybody like that a day in my life. You know what I mean? I meet bitching and complaining people who are millennials Gen Xers and baby boomers, and it's about time that we just die off. This new generation that I'm trying to talk to, this generation, I hope they eradicate this victimhood mindset, and I hope they reap the benefit of this country, sir. And I hope that they are inspired by other groups of people, particularly Thomas Sankara. Go ahead, sir.
There's a difference between a literal and a colloquial definition of a word. The United States of America is a great country, a great
I'm not
nation, and a
laughing at
great
you. I'm
government.
laughing at this chat. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay,
He's being funny. Go ahead.
okay. The United States is a great country, but where we diverge is to understand that great does not mean good. Great means consequential, influential, impactful. That the United States definitely is. And many good things have come out of the United States. However, the two are not one and the same, and you have to acknowledge that just because the United States is great and consequential historically and globally does not mean that it does not have an insidious history and components and agents working on its behalf, many that are unseen. And it's okay to acknowledge that. You can't on one hand say, oh, the United States is so great and so, so great militarily and and it just got to where it is through all honest means, but then turn around and pretend as if those means and strategies and tactics that it uses to maintain and increase its stature on an international scale don't exist.
With K Alpha.
The United States had President Donald Trump said it himself.
K Alpha.
The United States is not innocent.
K Alpha.
Blood has been spilled.
K Alpha.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And this is the beauty of what I'm trying to express here.
Go ahead.
You and I are both of the same hypocrisy. We're a part of the same hypocrisy. If you know that America has done all of these atrocities, if you know that America has done everything that you're saying, why do you continue to drive your vehicle on this very same roads that these atrocities have taken place? Why are you still in this country? Why is anybody here? If America literally has done all these things, if this is the quote unquote great Satan that a lot of boomers and Xers say, why are you here? Why not do what a Sankara did
and run?
Did the Jews run? See,
did they? I love this. I love this. I love this. Go ahead.
I've never done that before, but people always
go ahead
about the Jews,
I
right?
love it.
Did the Jews run when in Nazi Germany when they were barred from going into restaurants and all types of things? Did they run too when they tried to escape? They get the hell out of Dodge. So okay, if this country is so evil, why not just go to a nation where the people already look like you? Or why not buy land there and set up an independent nation state in Africa? Why not?
I love that you just
why be subjected to the FBI, COINTELPRO, all of these things, sir? Why not just go live in Africa and we can rebuild the tools, we can rebuild the pyramids, we can rebuild cars that we invented supposedly, we can reinvent everything that we built. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, sir. You get the floor.
Why stay subjected to the FBI, the CIA, right? Why be subjected to right? Why be subjected to Nazi Germany and the Hitlers and the Third Reich? Why not go for a land of your own and petition the world powers to curve out Palestine and name it the nation state of Israel to become a nuclear power in the Middle East? Why not do that? Wait. That happened. It happened, right or wrong? I love that you use that example. Did the Jews stay in Germany and continue to be persecuted until the point of extinction, or did they go out and find a land to claim on of their own, to build their own nation? Did they or did they not? Let's talk real. Let's be intentional with our words.
Go
because
ahead, sir.
I'm paying attention to you. I'm asking you,
Go ahead.
did they stay in Germany and be persecuted to the point of extinction, or did they go out and find a land of their own?
Sir, from what not history has told us, they remained. A lot of them remained in Germany, and I don't want to say the rest, but because of YouTube guidelines, but a lot of them did stay in Germany. But what I'm saying, sir, is that a lot of them, sir,
Come on now,
if you're,
come on
if,
now.
sir, listen,
I,
if sir,
I know
sir,
that you don't want to get struck
sir,
down.
if you're, sir,
Come
if
on,
you're
yes, sir.
listen, people in the chat are saying things like that the government dropped crack in all these inner cities, right? That's what people in the chat are saying, that the government dropped crack in the inner cities, which I find hard to believe.
Why?
Sir, okay, KF, let me ask you a question. How did the government drop okay, so the government, right? So you may tell me the government, how did they do it? Was it through helicopter? They just drove and dropped it off? How did it work?
Do you know the story of Rick Ross? Of Freeway Rick
Yeah,
Ross?
a little bit. Go ahead.
You know, I won't go into too much detail. I'm sure that you have some things to do with this show and JR. But in a nutshell, Rick Ross is someone who supposedly, and I'm not even going to entirely take him at his word, but let him tell it, that he was an unknowing agent of the United States, and that he was maneuvered into being one of the biggest drug dealers that the United States has ever seen. Now, let's say perhaps he's lying. He's, maybe trying to put a little bit of a halo on himself to say, well, oh, I didn't know. It's true that he is one of the biggest drug dealers that the United States has ever seen. That's a fact. And he didn't do it on his own. He wasn't in a kitchen doing it all on his own. He had some help, some big help, and some big connections. And if we can acknowledge that there are were connections, and there were things that were set up, and he could not have possibly done it all on his own, then yeah, we can reasonably conclude that yeah, many high level drug dealers and those of his kind, those of his ilk, were positioned and manipulated by governmental organizations.
Can we? All right. Let me ask you this question. You don't drink alcohol, right?
No.
And presumably it's because you're Muslim, right?
Correct.
If I came to your home and I pulled out a bottle of Ciroc or a bottle of whatever, more than likely, you being Muslim, you would probably tell me, brother, I would appreciate it if you would take that back to the car. I'm just gonna have to ask you to leave. I've been around a lot of Muslims, and I could tell you that they will leave the room, they will leave a home if they see alcohol in front of them, right? Just Okay. Let's assume that you're right. Let's assume that Fox Mulder and the FBI was dropping off crack in the inner city. What was forcing these black people to smoke the crack?
Nothing.
Go ahead. Huh?
That's the responsibility of our own, to say, I don't care if you put it in front of me or not, I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm never going to debate you on accountability versus responsibility, because they both are equally important. The only thing I'm saying is that it's okay to talk about both simultaneously. It's not either black people are entirely responsible or the government is entirely accountable for what happened after the fact. Then we get to point the finger back and say, oh, the US did it. I'm never going to do that. And because that would be an intellectually dishonest and disingenuous statement for me to say.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Whose fault is it that alcoholism or alcohol? Okay, so we have a problem with alcohol in this country. Well, whose fault is that?
Every individual.
So let me ask you a question. Why is it always the individual's fault with alcohol? But when it's fentanyl, when it's meth, when it's crack, it's the government's fault. I'm trying to figure this one out. And alcohol kills way more than any of those drugs, whatever. Why isn't that so the government approves of the sale of alcohol? Because at one point the government banned alcohol during prohibition. The government openly approves of the sale of alcohol, which leads to liver damage, liver disease, liver cancer, roadside deaths, DUIs, et cetera, et cetera. One of the biggest domestic violence. Generally, when you get a domestic violence call, the person's under the influence of alcohol. It's always the individual's fault. But why is it that all of a sudden there's this great conspiracy theory, Fox Mulder, X-Files, COINTELPRO for crack? Go ahead.
Okay. I want to be able to answer your question, and I hope you don't think I'm trying to be disingenuous when I answer a question with a question.
Go ahead.
Can you describe to me what you believe the difference is between accountability and responsibility? Because I do believe that that's at the core of this part of the conversation. Can you describe the difference between accountability and responsibility?
No. Go ahead. Can you do it for me?
Okay. Responsibility is taking the initiative in a preventive measure against things that you know should not be done. The responsibility is to say, I'm going to do this. I know that this is right. I know that this is wrong. And I'm going to do this before anybody else gets to hold me accountable. I'm going to hold myself accountable. Self-responsibility. Accountability is a matter of taking account of what happens after the fact, after the damage is done, after the deed is done and all the dust settles. Then we go back and we quantify and qualify the information, and we say, okay, this is due to this, that is due to that, and we're going to divvy up and allocate who exactly had what role in doing what. That's a matter of accountability. And a lot of times in these spaces, in these podcast spaces, a lot of times I've noticed that whether we're talking about politics, whether we're talking about relationships, there's this heavy emphasis on this buzzword of accountability, just to be able to say, oh, well, you need to be accountable. You need to be accountable. Be accountable for the decisions that you made. Coming after the fact and pointing blame and saying, well, you should have did this. Well, you should have did that. Where is the emphasis on responsibility at the same time? It's okay to look after the fact and have hindsight and say who did what. But can we also at the same time have a conversation about who needs to do what? That's where I'm not going to debate you on it. I'm not going to say that that it is the government's responsibility to not drop crack off in black neighborhoods. You're never going to hear me say that. I am going to say that if they did it, and they need to be taken account for doing it. But it absolutely starts with the individuals in the community to say, we're not going to do this. We're not going to partake in this. We're not doing it. Guaranteed. If you put a crate of loaded AR-15s in a Jewish neighborhood in New York, you think that that's going to spike the violence there? No. And you and I both know, because they're like, no, we're not doing this. We're an affluent neighborhood. We know what we're doing, and this is not going to get us to where we need to be. And we're about to find out who dropped this off here. We're not going. That same level of discipline and social awareness and political wherewithal needs to exist amongst our own people. Absolutely. I'm never going to disagree with you on that. The only part that you and I diverge on, brother, is the fact that if we're going to improve the quality of life of Black people in America, you have to meet the sickness with the cure. You can't say that 400 plus years of institutional uh um infiltration, trauma, etc., can be solved by just saying, oh, don't be scared. Oh, just leave, go to another country. It ain't that easy, because, as um someone that I look up to in the Pan-African movement said, not all of us can go back to Africa, because the same crap that we doing over here in the United States, we're going to take over to whatever country we go over there. We was pimps in America, we're gonna be pimps over there. We was hoes over here, we're gonna be hoes over there.
Sir,
Gangsters over here,
sir,
etc.
sir,
So absolutely, we have to be held account on our own role, but that doesn't
sir,
mean that the government doesn't have its
sir,
role.
sir.
The gov Go ahead.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You weren't slaves for 400 years.
I
There's,
didn't say that.
I know, okay, but you have mentioned 400 years of institutional. Listen, stop. You've lived in this country. You've become more wealthy than any African in the history of African history. Think about this for a minute. Our people, 10,000 years ago, were just nothing but hunters and gatherers, living off the land. You're living better than everybody in your lineage. Just sit back and really think about that. There's been no other African in your family that has ever lived better than you right now. Think about how crazy that is. Your ancient ancestors 10,000 years ago weren't driving luxury cars with air conditioning in it on paved roads, living in 6, 7 bedroom homes. And neither were the white mans, neither were the Asians. And you're trying, and this is the beauty of the boogeyman. You're creating this boogeyman. You're calling the boogeyman now 400 years. I hear that all the time. That's another boogeyman. 400 years of oppression. It sounds like when a 7-year-old talks about the monster under the bed. Sir, if these things really happened, trust me, you would do exactly what a Sankara did. You would say, you know what, we're going to just do for ourselves. This is too much. I don't think none of this stuff happened. I think that you're creating these under the stairs boogeymen. I don't want to go downstairs at 2 o'clock in the morning. We're creating these things. Go ahead. No, you get it for.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead, sir.
What was the context in which the nation state of Israel was founded?
I don't know, sir. You have to tell me. Go ahead. You have to tell the chat. Enlighten
Well,
us.
I'm asking you, as a studied political scientist,
well, the idea was for returned Jews. I mean, for individuals to be returned Jews back to their homeland or native land. That was the original state of it, right? That's how it was supposedly set up.
Why would they have to find a piece of land in the Middle East to call Israel?
I don't know why. Well, the idea was that that landmass was originally their landmass. Like, that was the idea, and that's why the conflict between them and the Palestinians have been going on. It's really a war that's been going on for thousands of years. But go ahead. So I don't know, but I think that was their original homeland.
Well, because if that was their original homeland and they left, I'm asking you, why would they need to go back then? What was going on in the world that they would have to go and create this nation state of Israel? What was going on?
Well, I mean, obviously World War II. There was a world war going on. These people were persecuted in Nazi Germany. So they were expelled out of pretty much most of Europe at the time, because the Nazis had control. I mean, they literally were conquering different nation states in Europe, so they didn't have a home. I guess. Go ahead.
That's terrible. That's
Yeah,
terrible. But how do you know that that happened?
I don't know that it happened, sir. All I know is it happened through history. I don't know. It's just what I was told.
So, would you say that the uh, Jewish Holocaust did not happen?
Sir, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
Come on,
See, what you're doing is this.
go ahead.
Whether or not it happened, hear me out.
You know,
Whether or not it happened, Jewish people don't sit around talking about it all day long. They
really?
don't make excuses when they failed in life and blame it on that. You don't see Jerry Seinfeld talking about the Holocaust, sir. That's the difference. They don't talk. They don't sit around. You don't see Gilbert Gottfried, Jerry Seinfeld, Ben Stiller. You don't see these people bitching and moaning about it, though. That's
They
the
don't.
difference. So whether
There's.
it happened or not, I'm trying to answer your question.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Whether it happened or not, they're not blaming any of their failures on it. That's the difference. We're blaming our failures on something that supposedly ended over 200 years ago, 140 something years ago. That's the difference, sir. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm about the future. And so was Thomas Sankara. He was about the future. He wasn't about thinking about the past, colonial past. That's why he changed the name of the country from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. He could have kept it as Upper Volta. People. I guess people probably argued and said, "Well, it used to be called Upper Volta, and we got history." He said, "Nah, nah, 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 nah. This is what's gonna happen." That's just my opinion. But go ahead, though.
How will you prepare for the future if you don't know what came before?
Sir, mud huts and spears and walking around with plates in your lips. What type of a past is that to even give a shit about? Respectfully, the future is about STEM. I keep and K, I rock with you, man. And I know what you're doing. But sir, thinking about mud huts and spears and walking around naked with nappy hair, sir, that's nothing to be proud of and revere. That's something to look at and say that was our primitive past, and we're that's over with. Because here goes the thing, sir. How come you're not thinking about the past right now, K Alpha? And how come you're not riding a donkey? How come you ain't riding a camel? You're riding in a luxurious European-made car, probably. Let's be honest, sir. Let's be honest. Why are we playing around here, K Alpha? Come on. Why are we
Actually, I'm driving. Actually, I'm driving in a new Acon 23, but that's another story for another
go
day.
ahead. Got you. Got
No,
you. Got
um, the context in which the nation state of Israel was founded is that they were persecuted in Germany, and they went for a land of their own to say never again would we be persecuted the way that we were in Germany. That was the reason why the world powers at that time, before they landed on that piece of land that's now called Israel, there were several places, including one place in Africa. Forgive me that I can't think of what country off the top of my head, but it wasn't a thing of like, oh, we need to go absolutely 100% there. They took a vote on various places where they would settle before they settled upon that Palestinian land. And yes, that land does have a history of being shared between the Palestinians and the Jews, but um, there's a there was a context in which that actually happened to say no. This happened to us. It's never going to happen again. We're going to make sure that it never happens again. It's also the very reason why when I asked you that question and you very cleverly got out of addressing it directly is
Sir,
because
sir.
there is wait a minute. I want to just finish this one thing. I promise I'll let you go. I
All right,
won't be
go ahead, go
long-winded.
ahead, go ahead, go
Is
ahead.
is that is that there is an ever-present context which says we were persecuted in Germany, and we will never, ever, ever allow for anyone, not a black, brown, red, yellow, white person, to ever speak disrespectfully of
Sir,
us as a Jewish people, or to diminish or to question the
sir,
the tribulations that our people have gone through,
sir, sir,
right or wrong, right or
sir.
wrong.
You're right, but sir,
Then what are
sir,
we talking about, brother?
sir. If black people, okay, you mentioned you can't forget the past. Okay, I'll rock with you on that.
To learn from it. But go ahead.
I'll rock with you on that. But what has that done? See, the Jews, they could walk around with their traditional garb, and if they do talk about the past, fine. Well, they're at the forefront of society, sir. YouTube is control is on is there's I think the CEO. It was founded by them. What what has knowing about the past gotten us? Maybe we're not. Maybe we are not that kind of people. Maybe honestly, for maybe forgetting about it would probably be a lot better. And what I'm saying is the model of a Sankara is that he didn't have a woe is me mindset. He could have said, let's keep the name of the country the same. Let's think about the past and sing kumbaya. He thought about the future. Our past, sir, let's be honest. The Jews, I mean, let's be honest, wherever they went throughout Europe, they dominated. Even, I mean, it's records that I've read in Germany where the Jews go back in the 15th century and they were dominating in there. Our people, sir, I think that the purpose is to evolve and look towards the future and create what they did 500-600 years ago. That's all I'm saying. I honestly just believe in black Afrofuturism. I believe in the future of black politics, the future of black economies. I think going back to the past is we're looking at a people who were, I hate to say this, man, but we were Stone Age people when these people interacted with us. The Jews, I hate to say this, the Jews had a continuous culture that went back 5,000-6,000 years. They had a continuous language, a continuous religion. Mathematics was a continuous. They had already had a something to be proud of. What do we really have, sir? Mud huts and spears,
Mud Hudson Spears throughout all of Africa. Is that what you're
sir,
suggesting?
sir, sir.
Yes,
If if
brother.
if I'm not trying to knock our people, but sir, what achievement was it really in there?
You're asking me what achievements were realized throughout the continent of Africa?
Okay, Alpha. Let me ask you this: Congo. You could argue and say that Congo was pretty much black occupied up until the 15th, 16th century. They had rubber there. They had uh, coltan. They had all types of minerals there. They had rivers everywhere. They never did anything with it.
Hmm.
They could have been an advanced civilization 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. They never did anything with it. And what I believe it was the politics going on in there. It was probably blacks like me saying, "Hey man, we should probably do things with this water. You could probably get energy from this water." You could argue and say these things. So I don't look at the past anymore. I used to. I look at the future, and I think Sankara was a futurist. And I think a lot of people talk about the past, talk about COINTELPRO, talk about the crack epidemic. Let that go. Let it go. And this is why this conversation, again, I've always said it's not for you, it's not for me, it's for the 17, 18-year olds, man. We failed. Millennials, boomers, Xers, we fail. We're losers. It's time for us to die off. It's time for these kids to break this cycle of this victimhood mindset. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. I don't know what you believe, but go ahead. You got the floor. So I've been talking your head off. Go ahead, sir.
No, no, not at all. So when basically it seems as if when you hear let's learn from the past, what you hear, what gets translated to you is let's stay on the past, only focus on the past, don't learn from it. It seems
No,
like that's what you hear.
I believe, sir, that in my opinion, I'm not saying that I'm right, but what I believe, what CT believes, is that we did not have a past to be proud of. We had a lot of fools in terms of like look at one fool, Mansa Musa, right? You know who that is.
Yes,
He
great
was
brother. Great.
he well to you he's a great brother, but to me he's a fool, and I'm gonna tell you why. This man, he goes into Egypt with all this gold flaunting it. He's passing out gold. You know what the Arabs do? The Arabs realize, wow, West Africa has a lot of gold in it. And they come there, and what do they, and according to history, what do the Arabs do? This idiot makes it known that we have this abundance of gold. The gold wasn't secured by a nationalized army, the gold wasn't secured by any banks. And to this day, Morocco, Algeria, and other northern African countries, the reason why those countries exist is because of what Mansa Musa did. He made it known that Africa had all these resources. It ain't like they were using the resources for technology. It ain't like they were. What were they using the gold for? This nigga was wearing the gold. He was putting it on donkey. According to history, he was putting it on donkeys. He was putting it on. And what I'm saying is that Thomas Sankara might be what should be studied instead of a Mansa Musa, or it needs to be studied. Because in my opinion, it seems like all these people from the past were idiots, in my opinion. But we have this obsession with worshiping ancestors that aren't worthy of the worship. I think that's the difference between our culture. The
Do
Jews,
you
the Jews probably should talk, if they do talk about it. Man, maybe so. They went into Germany. They dominated. The Germans were so pissed off at them that they expelled them previously. And then we already know what happened during Hitler's time. But go ahead, sir. You got the floor. Go ahead.
this you know this comment that you have pinned up here, I want to address this briefly. You know, as Elijah Muhammad once said, uh, in critique of the indigenous people of this country, he said that God has a law that says if you don't use it, you lose it. And that's basically what Chaotic Truth has just articulated, that when you have a great resource like land and its minerals and you don't use it, then you put yourself at risk of losing it to those who have the ambition or the fortitude to take it from you and do something with it.
Exactly.
It's clear that Chaotic and I, for as long as we've been having this dialogue, that we have many disagreements on many points. Although I believe that generally our idea is the same in that we want to see greater for our people. But when we uh, put these unnecessary divisions between one another to say that, well, he's from Africa, and I don't know that Chaotic is from Africa or not. But if we continue to put these types of unnecessary borders in between one another to say, well, you're from here and I'm from there, then we limit ourselves as a people, as a global people, to be able to dialogue and to compare and contrast our ideologies and our perspectives based on whatever information that we have, so that we can come together and build positively. We gotta stop. We gotta stop that. Oh, well, he just from Africa. He don't know, and he don't care. It's in our any people, the strength is ultimately in the unity. We got to stop acting like, well, we just gonna leave him over there because he came from over there and he ain't one of us. I don't give a damn if I disagree with this brother all day long. It does not matter. I still have to dialogue with him and people who think like him, because ultimately when we come together, there's no limit to what we're going to be able to accomplish. Stop the division. Stop with the FBA versus non-FBA versus immigrant versus this versus that. We know what we look like, and we know what we've been through, and we know where we need to go. It's just a matter of putting the ego and the semantics and the theatrics aside, because that's what's not getting us anywhere. Cut it out. It's not the division isn't going to get us anywhere. It leads us in circles. We look like clowns when we only focus on who came from Africa or who was born in the United States and who grew up where. That's stupid. It's utter foolishness, especially if you know our history. My only point, brother, and I got some stuff I want to take care of, and I'm sure you do as well. But I'll just end off on just saying this: is that regardless of whether it's brothers like Chaotic who don't see any use in learning and studying from the past, and he only wants to look to the future. If he has the education and the information and the wherewithal to move forward, and he's able to do it, great. I'm gonna rock with him all day long. And if I believe that it's necessary for us to learn and study from the past so that we can move forward in the future in a more intentional and more aware manner, and I'm able to move faster than he is and build faster than he is, I'm sure that he would be wise enough to come and rock with me. So we got to stop the division. Let's continue to have these dialogues. Stop doing the nonsense in the chat, trying to derail the conversation, devolving into name calling each other clowns and coons and this and that. That doesn't get us anywhere, because then when you do that, then you evolve ego, you evolve unproductive pride, and we don't get anywhere. This network is supposed to be about having productive dialogue, right? Lapeef, right? So let's do that. Let's do that. So peace and blessings to you, brother, and to the people in the chat and the people that will be watching this on replay. Assalamu alaikum. Peace.
Thank you so much, K Alpha. Guys, I'm trying to read all the chat. Yeah, guys, please look in the time of Sankara. I don't think anybody else is going to call in. Thank you so much, K Alpha, for joining the entire show. Thank you so much, man. You as well for joining the show. If nobody else is going to call in, I think I'm going to get up out of here. Hey, listen. Listen. This message isn't for you. It's not, again, it's not for millennials. It's not for boomers, Gen Xers. This is for younger people. I keep saying it over and over. You're not ever going to get it. You're, a lot of you, a lot of you are, or you've been brainwashed and indoctrinated to believe in just one linear aspect in terms of politics. You're taught to vote Democrat. You're taught to lean towards liberal thinking talking points. So when you hear a black man like myself say, "Yeah, I don't really believe in that," it bothers you. In terms of social issues and people, you're brainwashed or indoctrinated to look at a king as a savior, Martin Luther King. Well, then somebody says, "Well, look at this guy. Look at this alternative. doesn't comprehend to you, and it's never going to. They say that the brain doesn't develop until you're 25, right? Well, I say this. I say that the brain is also a sponge until it's 25 as well. To all of you boomers, to all of you Xers, continue to live in your victimhood. Continue to get insulted by the fact that somebody is questioning slavery or Jim Crow or something like that. Keep believing in conspiracy theories when they conveniently are suit your needs to, believe in them. Keep on, but I'm never going to stop my message with younger people. I'm never going to tell them to only look at one perspective of reality when there's thousands, if not millions. Sankara was different, and he was a genius in his own right. And he did something in a country that was unheard of, and especially on a continent that was clearly unheard of. He did things, he had different policies. He probably was looked at as a crazy man. But within 4 years, his country did the standard of living increased. Policies for women were, which were unique at the time. The standard of living for women increased. But if you've never really traveled, you don't really get out there, you wouldn't know anything about Thomas Sankara, you wouldn't know anything about Patrice Lumumba, and now you have Tariq Nasheed trying to divide Africans and African Americans. So it's really going to make you not want to even care about African leaders. But if you truly respect your ancestors, you will respect the Thomas Sankara, because the same blood coursing through his veins or coursing through yours. You know, and I don't think anybody's gonna call in. Patrice Lumumba is the GOAT. Larry says the majority of older people think the history they were taught is true, but it's actually false to a degree. I agree with that. A normal man says this is comedy for me in 2022. None of you N words should care about the past. F history, create your own legacy. Exactly, and that's what Sankara wanted to do. Thank you so much. I'm gonna wait like 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna get up out of here. Let me see. Thank you again, Keenan. Let me see. See who else is in the chat. Now, Butterfly has been saying certain things to me. Now, here goes the thing. I never called MLK the B word. I never said anything disrespectful. I'm just basically saying that one man contributed more. But we are so brainwashed that any type of alternative thinking is deemed as disrespect, and it's not. To me, being Butterfly, and I've already said this, we disrespect MLK when we break the laws of this country, or when we are walking down the street sagging and hollering and screaming at the top of our lungs, hey, motherfucker, when we're not taking care of our families, when we're not being peaceful. Could you argue? Could you agree with that, being Butterfly? If we're going to respect FBA history or respect African history, Let's be the embodiment of what was taught. If you love MLK like you say you do, if you respect MLK, be the embodiment of what MLK spoke about. If you love MLK, if you're a woman, be the embodiment of what his wife was about. I'm gonna wait like a couple of more minutes, and then I'm out of here. Let me see. Thank you, San One. San One says, "Get him, CT." Absolutely. Buck says, "Don't focus on the past, but your show is focusing on people in the past." Sir, my show was focusing on a model of self-sufficiency. I gave an example of a man who did die in the past, but I was talking about a model that should be followed, which is self-sufficiency. If you think self-sufficiency is in the past, sir, well, so be it. Oh, guys, by the way, Anna wanted to call in. She was in the back. If you want to bring back Anna, please, let's start a fund to bring her back. Let's see here. Excuse me, guys. All right, let me see who's in the chat. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Nobody's calling in. So people were saying no, sir, about Anna. I'm out of here, guys. Peace. Have a good one.